Good evening and welcome to the Town of Litchfield Board of Selectmen meeting for Monday, September 14th. The board has just come out of a paperwork review and a non-public session under RSA 91A3:2A, the dismissal, promotion, and compensation of an employee or the disciplining of such employee or the investigation of any charges against him or her. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. and ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All members are present this evening. Vice Chairman Larry is with us via WebEx. First we have is the review and approval of the consent items. We have an account payroll manifest of September 8th, 2020 in the sum of $48,287.71 and September 15th, 2020 in the sum of $111,770.64. We have a payroll manifest of September 10th, 2020 in the sum of $55,448.21. and September 17th, 2020, in the sum of $61,546.53. Are there any items members would like to have removed from consent? Hearing none, could we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Larry,
Second.
second by Mr. Pinciero. Any discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Larry,
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch,
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Is there any other business members like added this evening? Okay, hearing none. Public input will occur no earlier than 6:45 p.m. this evening. First item of business is the August 24th, 2020 meeting minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review the meeting minutes? And if so, are there any comments or questions?
Can't even find one.
I have none. I make a motion, we approve the minutes.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
A second.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch. Any discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Larry,
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch,
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Next item is the town office reopening plan update. Mr. Brown.
So I'm pleased to report to the Board of Selectmen, to the residents of Litchfield, that our emergency management team met last Friday, 8:30 in the morning, and we discussed the reopening of our town hall. A press release went out yesterday afternoon and announcing that we opened officially this morning at 8 o'clock. So we're open from the hours of 8 to 4, normal business. The doors are unlocked and you're able to come in. Mask is required. So everyone is required to wear a mask. If you don't have a mask, we've made them available for the residents. We asked that we've directed the traffic so it comes in one way and it exits one way. So we're trying to avoid, trying to create social distancing as best that we can in a small lobby area. The town clerk tax collector's office will be open on the evenings of Monday and Thursday from 4 to 6. That will remain by appointment only. And that will remain that way for until further notice. So that does allow residents who, just more comfortable, I think, coming in with an appointment to use that venue, those hours. And of course, we still have all the online services in the Dropbox that people can still use too. So the only thing that I really need the board to address is, as we've seen now for the last few weeks, we're starting to have a lot more meetings in person. Kind of a hybrid is what we refer to as. Some of the committee members are here and some are remote. And I think that because of the size of the conference room, the capacity has been calculated to be no more than 12 in the room. And one of those out of the 12, one is the cable operator. So really, we have about 11 capacity when you take that person out. Different boards have different sizes, and I think that we need a clear message to all the boards and committees that use this room that they manage their committee, participation to no more than 11 in the room, and that the public is not allowed to participate other than through the WebEx program. Because we're having a mixture of everyone's doing things differently, and it's causing, it's just not consistent. We've had people out in the lobby area. We've had too many people in the room. And I think that at this point in time, we just need a clear message to all the boards and committees that they're welcome to hold in-person meetings here. And those would be, for those members and department heads. As we know, we're going to be doing the budget meetings soon, and the school will be doing their budget meetings. So obviously the staff and department heads. But as far as the general public, that those remain virtual at this time.
Because the budget committee's 9, right?
9.
Yes.
9.
Yeah. And so they're going to
LCTV make 10,
internally.
so the most we could have is 2 department heads
Right.
at a time coming through.
What's the capacity for the fire department meeting room?
So the fire department meeting room has been closed throughout the pandemic because first and foremost, it is the emergency management operations center for the town. So that is a facility that is, that's the core of our emergency management operations. And so also it's been used by for the protection of our firefighters. That is used for their training. So they're trying to limit as much, exposure to whatever, virus as we possibly can. So that's why that's remained closed only to the firefighters.
I have a question on that. Does that have direct access to the outside?
I do believe you enter through
A lobby?
Vestibule
the
both ways.
lobby area, right?
There is a door though that
Yeah.
you can get in where the handicap spot is. There's a door that you can come in that.
But that goes into a vestibule also, right? Then you turn another corner.
I
to come
can't
in?
recall exactly whether you do or not.
I'll be honest with you. What's the seating capacity in there?
I don't know what the room's been calculated at for the COVID-19.
I'm just being the double here. That's what I want to say. For emergency operations centers, the emergency can be anything. If it's something right now for a pandemic point of view, I don't see why we can't use that room for the meetings that we may have to have just to get through.
Is there camera set up in there?
No, there's no camera set up in there, and
It's
also,
closed.
It's
yeah, and
closed.
also after that, you'd still have to come in and clean the room after a meeting, just in case an emergency
Yeah, guys.
we had to actually put it into effect that evening.
Well, that alone, okay, this alone, without the cable, we can't do it. Yeah. Bottom line. Just thought I'd bring it up. Thank you.
So, do you believe, as a group, do we want to send a note out to all boards and commissions and committees that, the meetings are open for members only, and the public would have to join via remote means?
I think Troy brought up a good point. I mean, you're asking for trouble if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you've already had that issue.
It's once we started having the meetings, we didn't have real clear direction.
Right.
And some of the smaller groups started having public come in, and it's just been inconsistent. I just think it just needs to be a clear message to be able to manage it at this point in time.
I agree. I think that we should send a letter to all the committees, everyone, that they have to abide by and put in a rule.
Just let them know the maximum capacity, that it's open to members, department heads, LCTV.
Right. And all presenters, for like the
Presenters.
planning board, ZBA, anyone that's presenting,
budget
they would
come here?
present through the WebEx, and that hasn't been a problem. Our zoning board of adjustment they've been 100% virtual, and they've handled abatement, several
Yeah.
abatements,
Yep.
variance requests. I'm sorry,
Abatements.
not abatements.
You were a planner.
So, and you know, and the planning board has been able to do virtual as well. So,
Could you please
I
send
think
it?
Troy's point is well taken. I think you're spot on with that, Troy. I'm also in agreement with Mr. Lynch, that we should probably think about using that room, especially when budget committee rolls around. We're paying a lot of money in this town for that station to sit over there empty and not being utilized. And I know it is command center, but I mean, really, it wouldn't be that bad to get it cleaned after. You're talking about using one room and maybe a bathroom. It's costing us a lot of money to be unusable.
My only question,
Everything else
that
is open.
the camera is gonna be the issue there for that's something we can look into.
We do have some portable gear.
Case closed.
Well, they've done remote.
Yep, and they got the portable gear too, Bob.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They've gone,
Yeah.
they followed us on all the tours last year.
Yep,
There's a way to make it work, and it's,
let's look into it.
I mean, it might be worth investigating, speaking with the fire chief.
Yeah.
And maybe just for the budget committee during the meetings
well,
during
planning
budget
board's
season.
pretty big too. Right?
Yeah, planning board's
But I mean,
large.
they really don't have a whole lot coming up on their docket from the conversation I had.
They got
I
nothing.
think tomorrow night is just the CIP being planned to them. And other than that, I mean, there's
They got
nothing
nothing.
really big that I know of coming up, but we can always check with
the
John.
fire chief and deputy will be online this evening and
Can broach the question.
could ask the question.
Well, it's our building.
Yep. I mean,
All
maybe
right.
not hold functions, but definitely for the town use, I think it's worthy.
All right.
Okay, next item is budget review. First up is Recreation Commission, 4130.30. Mr. Brown.
Where's the rec commission?
And yeah, do we have any recreation commission members
In the hallway?
online?
I don't.
No.
I know I had reached out to Chairman Collins, see if he'd be here.
So at this, I wouldn't, I think they're still working on their budget. I've not been informed of any of the changes, so the numbers that we have there right now would be last year's numbers. I
So-
ask that we defer until our next meeting to make sure that these numbers.
That will be
The
next
budget's-
Monday, I understand.
I will reach out to the Rec Commission's Chairman, Andy Collins.
Thank you. Who put this together? It's upside down.
The next item is
Upside
the Police Administration, 4210.10. I believe Chief Sergeant and Captain Scotty were going to come and join us in person. And here they are on cue.
Boy, that was good timing.
Perfect.
How did they know?
Oh, look, he's got hair.
Well, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Mr. Brown.
This is a big one.
See if I can get to share it.
Okay, no, I would defer the presentation to Chief Sergeant and Captain Scott.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm not sure if there's a format that you've been following for reviewing the budgets, if you'd like me to go line by line or just the major ups or downs.
Give me one moment. I will try to project it. Anybody who is watching.
I think the big changes would be what we really need to see. Good evening, Chief, Captain.
How are you, Mr. Larry?
I'm doing very well, my friend. How are you?
Great, thank you.
All right, how are you, Mr. Scotty?
Outstanding, sir. How are you?
Very good.
Let's see if I can.
There we are.
Come on.
While we're waiting, I just want to
Thank you,
compliment
Russ.
you. The traffic at Griffin has been pretty good.
Good.
I think, I think as well as, they're routing the buses and I was so afraid, that it was going to back up onto the road and so
Sure.
forth, but I think it's been going real well.
Good.
It's backing up, but everybody's saying in the breakdown lane, and people are being very kind about going around people and being
I'll tell you
cautious.
that we really dodged a bullet though on the Thursday before when they went through that run-through session there at the school, because I think it took everybody by surprise. And right in the middle of everything, there was a contractor pickup went through that had to be doing 55 right in the middle of everything. And I'll be lucky if I don't get a lawsuit out of that one. I won't go any further.
You announced yourself on the side of the road.
Cans?
Right, Chief? Whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, again, good evening. Thank you. I'd like to share with the board that the captain and I worked diligently on this budget. We spent a lot of time with that new zero-based budgeting, starting at the bottom and building up and justifying what we need. It was a great exercise as learning about our budget, and we feel that we can give you some really good numbers here. So for the police administration, 110, the PD administration salary, you'll see an increase there. That reflects the contracts that the town negotiated with myself and the captain. January 1st, both the captain and myself are receiving a 2% raise. Moving forward to 111, the PD officers, you'll see a reduction of just south of $20,000. And the reason we see that is last year, there were 53 pay weeks in the year. And now being back to 52, you see that reduction in salaries. Moving to the PD wages for the administrative assistant, there's an increase in $250. This would be her first year of receiving a $500 longevity bonus per the town policy. She had reached her 10-year mark serving the town. You'll see the PD prosecutor, that moved into a permanent part-time position. So that line item reflects his salary that was negotiated with the town, and then a wage increase this past July 1. The PD wages for the special officers, there's a small increase. It reflects the permanent part-timers that we utilize. Our school resource officers, they are both 32 hours a week. The overtime line is going to remain just about the same. It's showing a negative $4. You would see that in 2019, we overspent that line item at $110,000. And we find ourselves in a very similar situation to 2019 moving forward, as we are short-staffed, have an officer on deployment, and will into next year. So I wasn't able to make a full assessment of how we can, being full staff with a 13th officer and stacking our shifts, to try to reduce that overtime line like we had intended to. Last year, we were able to make some significant cuts, but as you can see, we had overspent that, and we're trending to be right around the same, I believe. Obviously, some vacation times have been less, earned time requests due to inability to travel and take vacations that people had planned. The captain overtime line, that is negative $3,000, as the good captain now is a salaried position, so he's not entitled to overtime. So that's where you see the reduction in $3,000. The PD overtime for court, I had initially reduced the court line by just over $1,500. And what we're seeing is with the prosecutor that we have now, and his officers are growing in their careers. They're investigating better. They're more trained. So there's less deficiencies with investigations where there's motions to suppress and things are going to trial. So the good thing is that the prosecutor is able to plead these out, and we don't have to send the officers in to go to court for trials or motion hearings and whatnot. Then I looked at the historic rate of it, and I noticed in 2019, we were at just over $600. And this year, we're trending just over $200. Now, courts are not in session. They're not doing any live trials. And my understanding in speaking with our prosecutor is that's going to extend into 2021. I feel it's my, to be fiscally responsible to you folks, I believe that we can zero out that court line item. And I tried to get to Karen today so you'd have it adjusted. And I believe the way that we are managing the court overtime and how we're handling cases and disposing of them, I think that having just regular overtime line that we've already discussed, I think we could reduce the remaining $2,377 and zero that out. So I just want to, that's how much thought the captain and I put into this. We've been going back and forth for concerns that there may be an influx of trials once the courts open back up. But I believe that we'll be able to manage it, and I believe that we could zero that out. So I don't know if I have to make that motion or ask Karen to adjust it or how that would work. But that's my intentions to zero that line out.
Which line item is that again?
That would be your PD overtime court 144.
Okay.
We're just not seeing what we used to for trials, for hearings. I credit it to our prosecutor Coates, who's managing these cases. He's not bringing people in who could get paid overtime when the situation's resolved. He's working with defense attorneys and trying to get these matters resolved without having to bring officers in to testify. So I think to his credit and to the officers' good work and excellent investigations that they're doing well, so we don't have to go to trial. We're able to plead these out. So that's my justification.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We don't have to make a motion or anything because it's still a working document. So we're not voting on the budget this evening. So you can just work with Karen, reduce the line item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Greatly appreciate it.
So will that carry on into future years also, or?
So I believe we could just look at what is spent. I'm going to still track how much overtime goes towards court. And if it got to a point where we saw something drastic, I'd look to work with Karen or the board to see if we have to put that line item back in. But I feel confident we can work with the overtime that we have. And if we were full staffed, maybe the reduction when we have 13 officers isn't what we thought it was, because we know, hey, we're starting to trend at $2,000 for court. So if we were going to make a 12,000 reduction, it would be a 10,000 reduction. So, but I think, to ask for that money when last year was $600, this year it's $200, and I can work within the overtime money, that I'm asking for. So.
Okay.
I think you
Very
might
nice.
want to just keep $1 there.
Keep $1.
Yeah, just as a placeholder for the line.
Well, if you zero it, the line goes
It's
away.
just the way you keep the line alive, and we charge against it.
Okay.
Zero doesn't work like that?
Yeah, the practice is $1.
I was trying to figure out why 0 and 1, what's the difference?
So moving forward, if we're good on the PD court overtime, line 149, PD overtime training. I think I've shared with the board before, the budget committee, that how we train and what we train in and the culture of training that we have here is what makes us an outstanding agency in the state. We value training. We value professional development. We career track officers, and we make sure people have a foundation in certain set of skill sets, and then find a niche that their abilities and desire to do something and meets one of our needs, and we train people in a certain way. So for instance, a SWAT officer will do a lot of tactical training. A firearms instructor may become an armorer. A crime scene specialist, a detective might do other interrogations or other types of cases. You will see a significant request to increase this line item. And the reason being is this is the first year that we'll have an officer on the SWAT team for a full year. He has 16 hours of training a month. So it's approximately $8,367. Because we didn't have an officer on the SWAT team since 2016, we started using that money to cover the overtime for officers to do their training. And these are our mandatory trainings, your pistol qualifications. Next year will be our CPR recertification, our use of force training. All those are mandated by the academy. We cover the overtime for our high liability training, which would include domestic violence training, our legal review, a low light shooting, a rifle active shooter response training, officers taser recertification. These are all yearly trainings that we need to do. The police academy also mandates, in addition to those trainings, at least 8 hours of in-service training per officer. And Mr. LaSalle, you might be aware of this, but the Commission on the Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency Group for the governor has recommended that 8-hour in-service be increased to 24 hours of in-service training. And they are looking to weed that in to be mandated for January 1st of 2024. So I'm feeling comfortable with the increase in what we do for training, that will be in a very good place. The other overtime that we see, again, are those needs of the department, those career tracking. Currently, right now, our armorer is on deployment. We lost another one to a retirement, so we don't have our own armorer for the department. Typically, we run with 2. So we need at least 1 or 2 officers to be certified as a pistol armorer, a rifle armorer, and then we still have our training progression for our younger officers for interview and interrogation school, and also the leadership program that we do through Roger Williams University. This year, we suspended sending officers to these leadership trainings due to the COVID-19 and the conference restriction. So I need to complete my program with the executive leadership. The captain has 2 levels to attend, and 2 sergeants also need to attend their final, the 3rd class of the leadership. So we've made a commitment to this training progression, and so that's why I'm asking for your support in increasing this line item. So essentially, what I did is I took the SWAT money and increased it. So now the SWAT money is true SWAT money, and how we've been operating at the 24,000 is really what we'd be spending in our overtime. Okay. Moving forward, I reduced 150. I zeroed it out. The PD witness fees. I'm not sure why that's been there. We haven't spent that, so there's no need. It used to, I believe it was when officers went and drove to court, the state would get money or something for driving their own vehicle. That doesn't happen anymore, so we don't need to fund that. The PD uniform allowance, line 191, you'll see a reduction in $800. The previous captain's contract and previous chief contract had $400 a year each for laundering. The captain and I did not include that in our contract, and so you'll see a reduction of $800 there. The next few items you'll see are zeroed out. The community detail, we do typically overspend that, but 12,000 I believe will suffice. Those are your details that cover community events, the Winterfest, the various school activities, games, dances, charity events that are held down at Talon Hall. We provide an officer for these community-related events. The PD health insurance, dental insurance, all of those are numbers that I know Troy and Karen are working on. So those will just reflect the previous year's balance, and we're obviously awaiting those.
Question.
Yes, sir.
On the community detailing, you had proposing 12,000, right?
Yes, sir.
And the line beside this said 0 to the right.
That would be the difference, so it didn't change.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the numbers correct. Okay, thank you.
I'm surprised that's as low as it is.
Well, if we weren't in the current state, I certainly would be interested in truly having a more accurate number to what we spend. I believe with this last payroll, I think we actually went over the 12,000 for the second year in a row.
Because if you think about all the basketball games and all the other things that you have officers at, it's sometimes more than one. But that's okay.
I got my lines mixed up here.
The next biggest reduction you'll see is line 341, the PD telephone and data. And IT Director John Burnell has graciously accepted this into his budget. So we're happy to report that we have reduced our budget by $2,760. So we're thankful to Mr. Burnell, but that will be going over to his budget.
Well, he's going to look good this year.
And Chief, just so you know, you jumped over it, but that through line 325 being reduced by 76,000 is just being replaced by the increase of a new line further up.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Just
For the
anybody who's
prosecutor. I
watching.
apologize.
Yep. Sure, a note on here. Move to such a line.
Our PD software, there was a small increase for our fees related to our records management system. So attached, there is the service quotes that show those small increases. The Child Advocacy Center, line 349, is staying the same at $2,500. Pre-employment screening, $355, staying at $1,000. Our PD printing will stay the same, $700. We looked at PD dues, line 560, and there were a couple that stood out to me that we don't use. They don't offer any training discounts, so it seemed pointless to have these types of dues. So I removed one for the National Association of Chiefs of Police. That's normally $60. That went to $0. The New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Secretary Association, that was $50. We canceled that out because the administrative assistant does not attend those meetings, and she didn't feel there was really any benefit to it. So really combing through the budget and looking where we could save, we felt that, even those things need to go. I would just comment that some of the other memberships that we'll be involved in and belong to, again, provides significant discount for trainings. And one example would be the New England Association of Chiefs of Police. If you're a member for, $150, actually, I think that went down to $80. If you send someone to one of the trainings sponsored by them, it's $500 off right at the top. So just one training, you're saving money. So it's a good
It almost pays for the whole line item, the whole
That's true too.
category.
Yeah, great point.
$710. So
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our PD general supplies, we really went through and looked at what we needed in terms of our investigative supplies, our crime scene kits, different things and whatnot. So we were able to reduce that by $270. We also reduced our drug drop-off for the drug evidence that we collect from 4 times to 2. And we will now participate in the annual drug take-back day through the DEA, where they will then take all those other drugs that we take throughout the year and through that day, and we can save some money. So we felt that was a real good thing. PD community relations supplies, we're staying the same at 500. There's no increase there. Line 620, the PD office supplies. Again, we went through and we tried to figure out between our paper, our toner, our DVDs, our folders, and some other equipment that we need. We were able to reduce the line by $400. 630, PD equipment maintenance and repair. We were proud to find out that the $200 quarterly photocopier maintenance is actually covered through the 5-year lease agreement. So we were able to save $800 there. And then given the new radio system that is being installed in the town, we didn't need the $500 for repairs to radio communication system. So we were able to reduce that line by $1,300. Line 660, our PD vehicle repairs and maintenance. We spelled this right out for our consumable supplies, which would include your car wash, your windshield wipers, cleaning materials, white windshield washer fluid. And then we just broke down how many inspections we need, non-warranty repairs, purchasing 40 tires, how many oil changes for the frontline cars, the admin detective vehicles, and whatnot. And there was an increase. So that is up 1,625, but you can see all of the math on the side. It's the going rate of running the vehicles. Line 670, PD books and periodicals. We were able to reduce this by $950. So typically each officer in the department would receive a criminal code and a motor vehicle code book. And what we found is, even though we're giving the officers these, and older officers like Captain Scotty and myself, we still like to go to the book. These younger, smarter guys like to go to the phone or the computer and pull it up that way. So we got talking and they said, we're not using these books. So what we decided to do is make one available for the squad room. The prosecutor still likes a hard copy, the captain, myself, and then the sergeant's office. So we would go down to 5 books. So just reducing the number of books that we were buying, we were able to save $950.
And all those are online.
Yes, sir. PD uniforms and accessories, that did go up $600. And that is because I believe it was the captain's contract and my contract, our clothing allowance increased to match what the union members were getting. So there's a small increase there. Our PD ammunition supplies purchase, that's going to stay the same at $6,500, so there's no increase there. 2019, we just overspent that by $93. I know when we make our next purchase that's needed to conduct our training, we're going to be right at that number. So that's a real good number to work with right now to make sure that we have the ammunition to cover our trainings and whatnot.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
None whatsoever. No.
I mean, in the media, we've heard about people in the public having trouble getting ammunition, but you're not having that.
No, sir.
What do you attribute this media reports?
Well, I do think, your average store where you could go in and purchase a firearm or a couple boxes of ammunition, that they're not able to get the bulk that we are. The vendor that we use, I believe, is just it's AAA police. Yeah, AAA police supply. So the public can't purchase their ammo through them, to my knowledge, and they have so much ammunition on hand. We call up and they'll either deliver it, or if we want to go down that day and pick it up, we're able to do that. So it's a good contractor to be working with, and we're able to keep a little surplus and whatever we use throughout the year, replace it.
Hopefully outside of training, you don't use a lot.
We hope so. Absolutely. Absolutely. PD equipment purchase. There's a small increase here for $336. Now, one of the biggest reasons that this line went up was last year we only had to purchase 1 bulletproof vest. This year we need to purchase 4, and that is part of the union contract, is that we replace the bulletproof vest once they're expired. The vests have also gone up in cost. So they used to be $700 for the vest, or $750, and now they're up to $895. But we want to make sure those are the best vests, the safest, top ballistic, and also be breathable and comfortable for the officer. So each year that number will fluctuate. I think next year, I believe there may be 3 and then 2 or whatnot. So some other things we included is to replace our refrigerator in the break room. That's been there, it's my understanding, since the station was built. We'd like to purchase a new fuming chamber to process our evidence, so that we're able to check for fingerprints. And also, as you know, last year was the first year we started to cycle through for new portables. So this would be year 2. And the portable radio replacement, right now we have it in for 4. The captain and I have applied for a Homeland Security and Emergency Management grant. And it seems, according to the grant lady, we're going to be fine. We're going to be awarded about $5,000. So what my hope is, as soon as we get that information that we're able to purchase one, that we could pull back on one of these radios. We'll still be on the cycle, so we could save another $3,000 to $4,000 for 2021 budget.
Great.
So we're really proud of trying to take advantage of some grant money that's out there and really learning what is available to us. And we're going to continue to move forward in that direction.
Thank you for looking into that.
Yes, sir. So this is the one I've been looking forward to speaking with you about is line 760, our PD cruiser purchase. There's been conversation, and Selectman Leary had asked me at one point if I felt that I would be able to go on a rotation to purchase just one vehicle a year, as opposed to the past practice of 1 year we purchase one, then we purchase 2, then back to 1, then to 2. So it's an interesting process, and the first thing that stuck out to me is if we're going to be able to reduce years that we buy 2, we have to address those vehicles in our fleet that are our oldest, are lacking in worth. And it does happen to be the detective's vehicle, which is a 2006 Ford 500 with approximately 145,000 miles, and the 2 administrative vehicles that the captain and I drive. The captain is in a 2014 Ford Explorer. He has 97,000 miles. Actually, I think it was 97.5. And my 2015 Ford Explorer, which has 96,000 miles. So what I'd like to propose, I was looking at the number. Last year's line was 48,000 to outfit a Tahoe. I believe that if we were to purchase 2 Chevy Traverses, it is a mid-sized SUV, very similar to the Ford Explorer that we drive now. For the state bid price, and I'm quoting the 2020 state bid of $26,198 each. And then the upfit charges are $5,220 each. That would bring the line item to $62,836. So that would show a $14,836 increase. What I would share with you is typically vehicles with our mileage and our age, when we have turned them in to McMulkin Chevrolet in Nashua, we're getting anywhere from $4,000 to $7,000 a car. So right now, at this age and mileage, we have some equity still in the vehicle. So I believe if we turn those in, that is going to bring the cost to $50,000 to $52,000, pending what we're getting for the trade-in. So we could replace 2 of the 3 oldest vehicles in the fleet. We could buy 2 essentially for our price of one, $48,000. We looked at vehicles. We looked at what we felt was appropriate for an administrative vehicle. We didn't see the need to purchase an unmarked Tahoe for myself and the captain. We did feel it was necessary to have a 4-wheel drive vehicle. And I think that we can set ourselves up for success, set ourselves up for the future to see how can we reduce the years where we buy multiple cruisers. And this is a great way to do it for a very small increase. I didn't know, I wanted to put the full cost in, but again, if we got $8,000 to $12,000 in trade-in, you're back down to $50,000 or $52,000 for the year. And I thought that was a real good way to address that need. And the other thing I'd highlight too is look at the 2006 Ford 500. That vehicle was either bought 1 year old. It was never a frontline vehicle. It was purchased from Londonderry Ford. But that has lasted 15 years. So if we are able to purchase these administrative vehicles now, the captain and I feel that you're looking at another 10, maybe 12 years for the limited mileage that we put on, and it sets us up for success. Because otherwise, what's going to have to happen if we were to only purchase one, we're going to find ourselves in a year where now we're back to two, or given the situation, we have to look at purchasing three. So this will really help us out. And I thought for a minimal increase to the line, it would be the best solution.
So if you could, Chief, could you categorize the different vehicles that your department has?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have 5 frontline Chevy Tahoes. So those are the vehicles that you see your patrol officers, patrol supervisors out patrolling in. We have 2 administrative vehicles. Both are Ford Explorers. Those are operated by myself, the captain, or in the event of some type of investigation where other semi-marked or unmarked vehicle, you can tell they're police cars, they got the spotlight and visible lights, but other officers will use that when we hoping no one realizes we're police officers. We have 1 detective vehicle, and that's a 2006 Ford 500.
When you say Ford 500, is that like
a Taurus.
They got rid of the Taurus and made the 500.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
Okay, I
sedan.
see what you, a midsize.
Yeah, mid-size sedan.
That was used by Joe Bryan.
Okay. Is that the 3 categories?
And then we also have 2 detail cars, and those are specifically used for traffic enforcement details. So when an officer is directing traffic and a vendor requests, a cruiser with lights, we use those vehicles. What we did on the most recent Ford Explorer that we moved to a detail, we left it set up as a patrol vehicle. So in the event that we go down, or in the event we needed to reduce mileage, so this is all of that long-term planning, now we could pull that from detail or just assign it to one shift. We could put rifles back in. John Brunel could put the computer back in, and it's a functioning,
It's a
working
backup. It's a
vehicle.
backup.
So
It's kind of a backup or a worst case scenario.
correct.
And what are those vehicles?
Those are Ford Explorers.
So in a normal rotation, you would rotate the Tahoes down to be detail in the future.
Correct. What my hope is with the Tahoes, we're going to get so much more of a trade-in value, is to really manage what vehicles get rotated in, or when we have a best opportunity to get the most bang for our buck for the Tahoe. We're getting another year out of these vehicles. So without purchasing a frontline car this year, because of the Tahoes can go the extra year, next year we only need to replace 1, car 5. So it's starting to work. It's starting to work. The fleet manager, Sergeant Dennis Tessier, the captain, myself, we're creating a spreadsheet with projected mileages and years and rotations to how we can keep the mileage off. And the other thing with these vehicles, with patrol vehicles, is it's the runtime on them, because they're constantly running. And I would also highlight the 2 vehicles that we're operating. Those were frontline cruisers for 2 or 3 years. The captain seems to be, it is a year older. It's the 2014. I think we just spent $1,200 on repairs for that. So we're starting to see some repairs. Not a lot. Mine has been good. But the thought process here is, while we still have some good equity in the vehicle, trade it in, and it's almost like we're purchasing 1, so 2 for the price of 1.
I'm interested in when you keep these cars for so long, how do you keep the frames from getting rusted?
I would refer that question to the captain.
When they wash the vehicles, do they wash the underneath?
Undercarriage, yes. So we do a lot of, we go down, what's the gas station that's in the Irving, or Circle K?
Circle K.
Circle K has the drive-in wash, and it
Okay.
gets underneath.
Okay.
So they're getting probably in the winter 3 or 4 washes. Never mind, the officers are really good still about going out, running the hose and cleaning them off. So, but yeah, we utilize that, and then Soapy's or Sudsy's over in Hudson, Soapy's
Car wash.
across from the McDonald's at the Hannaford's Plaza. There's a good car wash there. We'll go in. I know Tom and I, we go in for $15. It's like they just painted your car over. It's excellent. So, and we pay for that out of our own pockets just because, one, we appreciate the fact that the town has graciously given us a vehicle to drive in and also set the example that these vehicles look sharp.
I think they have the unlimited car wash for $15.99 now going.
Really?
Thought I saw it on the marquee the other day.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah,
And
unlimited per
All going
month.
That way.
Really?
Yep.
Car wash.
I never wash my truck. I just don't wash it. It's a truck.
That's what holds it together.
That's right. So, but my wife washes her car all the time. So I said, well, why don't you do this? Unlimited washes for $16. And she says, well, I get a little punch, so I get a free one after 8.
I'm not touching that.
You're never, don't touch that one. No. I'm in the same boat. By the
Oh,
way, can we get different?
I digress.
It shows the dirt.
My wife's a sweetheart, though.
Well, it looks like you did your due diligence.
Yeah, I appreciate you
did
building
well.
it from the bottom up
Thank you.
per
Yes,
our
sir.
request. I know it's a lot of effort to do it, but I mean, you learned a lot.
I
from doing
learned
it.
a lot. I mean, we really had to get hands on. There is one last line item, which I will cover real quick, but I agree. I mean, the process, it was a good exercise. The final, where you will see an increase, line 811, the PD seminars and conventions.
Oh, you can't go.
And this is, well, that's why we're going next year.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go this year.
And you're going to see I'm asking for an increase of just over $4,000. And the biggest driving number for that is I wanted every officer in the police department, myself, captain, everyone else, to attend an 8-hour class on de-escalation tactics and techniques. And I felt, given the climate, not that we have a concern, but let's learn these other techniques to make the product that we're putting out there even better. So when we talk to people, when people say, "Oh, have you ever been trained?" Yes, yeah, we did an 8-hour training through IPTM out of Jacksonville, Florida. It's an online class. It looks fantastic because, again, we get the mentality of thinking, get them in the right way. So I'd ask you to support that increase, and it's $225 an officer, and I think it's money well worth it with today's climate to provide our officers with the best tools and the best way to service the community.
question. I know you and I talked about the problem of police suicide. Is there anything built in here to address that at all?
With the convention money, there are different classes. So yes, there's enough. There's enough that we could play with to make sure that we can get officers trained and deal with that internally as best as possible. Yes, there is.
What's your attitude toward body cams?
I'm actually going to be going to the Hudson Police Department on the 21st. Chief Avery, the former chief of Manchester, chief of Merrimack, Chief Denise Roy, and I forget what other chief are going. And there's going to be a presentation done for us for body cameras. So I haven't put a lot of thought into the new technology of it. We have the watch guard system in our cruiser. So officers have a microphone that's always recording if their lights are activated or if they activate it. And at least in the cruiser, you can see behind and forward. So we do have a nice accountability tool. It protects our officers. It helps document, collect evidence. I am, as you know, I am all about police transparency. And I'm going to attend this meeting on the 21st and see what these products look like, what the cost would be, and how that could best serve us, or maybe not at this time. So I think there are places that absolutely need it because there's a failed culture in policing where some of these larger departments nationwide haven't had that accountability and true transparency. So I think they do work. I expect our officers, myself, and everyone else to act in a manner at all times that you are being recorded. So it doesn't bother me to be recorded myself because I'm going to act the same way. So I can get back to you on what that looks like. I'm interested to see what these other agencies are looking at going to. But I think we have some good current practices in place that for accountability. But at this point, I wouldn't introduce them and say, we need to get body cameras right now.
So our current status is we have a camera in the cruisers, front and back, and you have an audio recording anytime the lights are on.
Correct. So you'll see somewhere it on their lapel, somewhere it on their duty belt, a small little clip, and they can activate it. Or if the lights turn on, it automatically starts the audio recording.
So if they make a patrol stop,
Yep.
we have an audio recording.
Correct. So the second, and then we could see as we look at that footage, if the officer were to shut it off, we would see that it captures. I mean, the system tracks great. So it's worked really well.
Okay, thank you.
So that wraps up police administration. I'm happy if there's any other questions related to that.
Couple of points. One was, when I spoke with Chief earlier, it was when he was trying to bring in the Tahoes, and we had spoken about trying to cut back on the amount of cruisers being bought. It used to go, I believe it was 2, then 1, then 2, and then the whole cycle started again. And I spoke to him about it. He was very, very willing to talk and to look into it, and this is what we've come from out of this. Mr. Cutter from the Budget Committee was also involved. I related to him. I think this is a great job done by the chief and his department to work with us on this. And the second point was, if I'm reading this right, your budget increase is only 14,000 for police administration. Is that right?
That's correct. And then we did just add another 2,000 plus cut. So it would be more likely to be a $12,000 increase.
And then the only other reason it would go up would be for health insurance.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, and then if what you were talking about with the trade-ins on the old cruisers, that might actually just turn out to be a wash, right?
In the best case scenario, absolutely.
Fantastic. Great
So
job.
this almost could get down to the only increase would be is health insurance.
Yeah.
Sure.
Health and dental, but
Health and dental.
just remember too that this is a contract year, so
Correct.
wages, you don't see what we probably have the wages right up to June 30th,
Mhm.
2021. So that would come as a warrant article separate for anything in addition to the cost of the union contract.
I think it's important to note that, I mean, the cooperation between the chief and the selectmen and going with the bottom line budget and being willing to talk about the cruiser purchases, it goes beyond, being thankful. It's just, well done.
Thank you, Mr. Leary.
Stop calling me mister.
Yes, sir.
Bastard.
Nice talk.
So do we have any more comments or questions about police administration?
I just want to relay the same thing. Spent a lot of time with the bottom line on the many smaller issues to get it. It's not just the cruisers. It's all the other little operating things that you guys have looked at differently than we have in the past. So I appreciate that. Okay, and it makes sense. As the color of the cruisers, okay, never mind. But I want to thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
only thing we do is cut the insurance and be all right.
Great. I heard Robert's dog there, and it reminded me, what sort of K9 capability do we have?
We got Ben.
So in a perfect world, I'll tell you, in all seriousness, the captain and I, as part of our 5-year plan, would like to introduce a K9, and this would not be a bite dog. This would be a dual purpose, a tracking and narcotic dog. And what we would look to do is to purchase well, and we'll get to that, a lab or something. So it really be a community-based dog you can bring through the school and people can go up to, and as opposed to a bite dog. The good captain here and I have been looking at a grant. Would you like to speak to a cap?
So there's
Please.
I would love to. So there's a grant opportunity out there. We actually qualify for it because we've never had a canine program. And this program actually applying for it, if we were granted it, which we meet all the criteria for it, it would allow for the purchase of a dog. It would not only pay for the purchase of the dog, it would pay for the training for the dog and the officer, pay for the officer's salary. It would pay to outfit the cruiser and I believe outfit the home. And it pays for the vet bills for 3 years, I believe. So it would be a substantial upfront savings to the town, but we would incur a cost later on for in-service training, outfitting a vehicle in the future because vehicles change, that kind of thing. But
Who's that grant through?
that's through the Stanton Foundation.
Does Londonderry still have a canine?
Yes.
They do.
He's a resident here in town, right? Or was?
He's still a resident. He gave up the canine position,
Oh, he did.
but he did that. He was great to work with.
Because we used that dog a couple of
Absolutely.
times that I know of.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're constant. State
Yeah.
Police, Manchester, Londonderry, Hudson.
Look for a dog to help us out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And so we felt that a lab style or what was the other one we were looking at?
Bloodhound.
A bloodhound style canine would be best for this community. And it's something we could use for community relations, provide a service. We were trying to find a way to do a three-purpose. So in addition to your drug, your article search, so for persons or other articles, the captain had looked into bomb detection, but that's a whole other, you'd have to go down to.
The dog can't be duly trained. It can only be trained in bomb detection. So they can't cross-train the animal, and it's an extremely it's a very consuming investment. So the dog would go down to Quantico to train or in that Virginia area. And if the dog fails any exam, the dog is out. So you could be 90% of the way through. And if the dog fails one test, they're gone. So.
In the chances of us being able to utilize a bomb detecting dog, I mean, really, it's not that.
Yeah,
Not a high demand.
We did not being canine handlers ourselves. We wanted to bring the best thing forward to say, board members, we asked for your support because we could do this, and that, and then realizing that a bomb detecting dog, if that's its only purpose, it's not right for us.
Manchester has one.
This has been discussed many, many times years ago.
Really.
Oh, yeah.
So
There was an officer that was on the department, and he's been gone quite a while, but he wanted the canine so bad. He worked so hard for it, never could get it passed.
really. Well,
We do need one.
Yes, we do, and we're hoping through this grant, and then it's our understanding in speaking with other canine handlers that's very common for local vets to take care of the medical expenses. They donate their time and experience.
Mm-hmm.
Food is donated through these different. So it could really be a great asset to our department and the service to the town for a minimal cost. So you get into my vision there for the future, Mr. LaSalle.
So if we needed to do a drug sniff,
Yep.
do we have access to that service?
Through other police departments.
That's-
Yes. But there was an elderly lady off of the Nessankeg area who would wander from her home.
Mm.
And we were waiting for a canine and it was coming from Claremont, from the state police.
Remember when that happened?
Yeah. So it's you're at the mercy of the other police departments. And I tell you, I can't be thankful enough to those agencies for being willing to come over. But obviously, there's a time issue. And then to get our officers trained in how to work better with secure a scene for a canine. There's a lot to learn. It would be exciting.
So you got a person that's missing. Time is at the essence. You can't wait for a dog from Claremont to find an old lady walking around in the woods. I mean, it's just,
I will share too. You think that's fine with the federal agency that spoke with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a federal agency who explained to us that at the where they work, they utilize state police, Manchester canines to do drug sniffing. It's through the postal service, through the mail. So for 10 minutes, you come out, you do your dog. If your dog hits, you get 15% of the fine. He explained how state police went out one day and it was $6 or 6 minutes. They found the drugs and that was like a $25,000. Here you go. Thank you very much.
He won the lottery.
So, so there's a great opportunity to work with another agency and speak, because there's stuff that goes through the mail here too.
There's been some moves to eliminate, not necessarily that, but some of the reciprocal things.
Okay.
But just as an aside, y'all remember George Bailey?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you?
Is he from Bedford?
No.
Okay.
He was a guy here in Litchfield that had a waist about this big and shoulders about this big, but he was a long time police officer here in Litchfield. This goes back, what, 20 years?
Oh, all of that.
All of that.
Somebody found his name tag doing metal detecting. Did anybody see that besides me?
Yep.
It was on Facebook.
Yeah.
It was George Bailey, and the guy that
right.
found it is a metal detector here in town, and he had grown up with this guy. George Bailey had been his neighbor, and
Wasn't
it
he a
was
dog officer too?
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he
Latter
was.
years? Yeah, I remember him.
A lot of years.
But he was like a I don't know what it escapes me, but he was a character here in town.
Well put.
What was that?
Well put.
Well, this was that.
Yep.
Somebody said he got locked in the back seat of a
On Page
cruiser.
Road.
Yeah.
You remember where his house was on
That
Page Road?
article
Did
said
you
that.
hear that?
Yeah, I read that.
He got locked in the back seat of a cruiser with.
I think at the drive-in, right? At the
Yeah.
drive-in.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It was a great story. Whether it was true or not, who knows? But
Oh, he was funny.
It was true.
Yeah, I must say nothing. I was waiting for you to say that, Bob.
But never lose your pins, okay? Don't lose them.
So if we're done with police administration, we can move on to 4210.50, police support.
So the only major difference here, there's a reduction in the line 110 PD wages for dispatchers. It reduces by $2,740. Again, and that would due to last year, there was 53 weeks of payroll. And so we would see the reduction there. Last year, we made a cut. We reduced their overtime under 140 down to $10,000. We spent just over $9,000. We're trending that same amount, it appears. So I felt that was a real good cut, and it's the right number. So we didn't increase anything else. Their uniform allowance under 191, that's contractual. We're still waiting, obviously, on the PD health insurance, PD dental insurance. Their uniform accessories stay the same. Again, that's contractual. And then you have the 345, the PD dispatch service contract. That's for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, who does our late night and weekend dispatching. And I'm really thankful to the sheriff for not increasing that again. That's been the same amount every year. So we're really pleased for that not going up. So overall, that whole budget will be reduced $2,740.
Very good. All I have to say. A lot of
Great job.
Great job.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, great job, very thorough. Thank you for the professional presentation. We appreciate all your efforts.
Has the captain been helpful?
Let's not ask that question.
He's been very helpful. No, it's nice to toss out ideas and to have two different perspectives, and
This is what I'm hoping for.
it's good. It's been a real good partnership.
I'm glad to hear that.
At one time, we had talked about having more support at Campbell High.
Yes, sir.
Any status on that at all? Or
I think, given the current climate and the concerns for revenues for next year, we're holding off on that. So we're going to work with, as long as they'll still have us needing to wear masks and come through and have a presence, we're going to do that. But in the future, definitely.
Because the chief and I did have a long conversation about bringing back the DARE program since it is gone. And once COVID hit, those conversations kind of went to the wayside.
Yeah, we had an officer signed up to be DARE certified, SRO certified, and we were looking to expand on that. And I have a great presentation at some point I look forward to bring to you about how that position will save a lot of money. But we're want to have that presence in the school. I know the administration at the high school wants us there more, and we want to be there more. So
We have a forensic science class at Campbell, and it'd be a natural fit, excuse me. I'm having trouble here.
Okay, do we have any more questions for the captain and the chief?
do you want to cover animal control too?
Oh, yes, definitely. Sorry about that.
That should be an easy one.
What number is that one?
Animal control, what number would that be?
Or is 4414?
4414. Sorry about that, chief.
No problem.
Here we are, 4414.10.
So only two changes, both are reductions. A savings of $288 under the animal control salary. Again, that's relative to the 53-week pay period last year. And then I scrolled down, I looked at the historic actual expense of line 352, the AC veterinarian services. And these vets are offering a service, and we've never spent the $75. So when really truly looking at the budget, do we need to budget for it? No, we don't. So we reduced that $75. All the rest stays the same. So at the end of the day, it's a reduction of $363.
How often is animal control utilized?
Well, it can be, at times it can be, so you see more of the street than I do. There's a lot of officers will respond to a dog-related incident, a dog bite. They'll take the initial report, then they'll assign animal control officer Pylon as an assisting officer who will do all the follow-up, make sure that the proper paperwork is and process is gone through. We had a loose dog today. It was during the day where he's working, but the officer, was able to find someone's puppy. And so we get a lot of dog-related calls. He's great to come out, when he can. During the day, obviously, it's hard. Is that your dog?
Or is it here at the state forest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yep. Running out of the tunnel. Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter was walking the dog, and they became separated. And a citizen was there and
Called it in.
called it in, and then he called me, I guess. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Guy exited the building pretty
Leash
quick.
law in this town?
Non-licenses.
I'm sorry.
Do we have a leash law in this town?
It's not a leash law. The dog needs to be under the owner's control, and whether that's through a leash, verbal commands, or whatnot.
I think it's referring to,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Taking it serious.
Do you realize we have a cold case homicide that's been unsolved?
I do. In fact, we recently were working with the AGs on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So there's a new development on it?
I don't know.
I don't know that it's a new development, but we're trying to scratch the surface and
78?
yeah, late 70s and yeah, right on Albuquerque here.
Yeah,
If I can pull that one off.
that'd be great.
hey,
I understand the
back in
guy.
time here, guys.
All right, I'm
Goes
sorry.
back to the Dave Campbell days.
Yes.
You got that right.
All right, gentlemen, do we have any more questions this evening?
No, just great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for all your support. And if anyone
Nice to
has
have
any
you this evening.
questions, please call me, email me. If you'd like something explained further, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thanks.
Stay
Thanks, Ben.
safe.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Put your mask back on now.
Should, yes.
Before we move
Thank you.
on to the next budget review, seeing that it's 7:45, I'd like to open it up for public input. Do we have any members of the public that are here to comment?
Wasn't there one regarding? Oh, look at this.
Okay, hearing none, we'll close public input.
What are you busy tomorrow, guys?
Did you know there was an unsolved homicide?
No. How long ago was that?
78.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Be well.
That goes back in time, Rich.
So we got Doug and Frank coming next.
His name, you know what his name was?
I'm trying to remember right.
Michael McGuire.
Oh, God.
He was a member of
Good
the
evening.
Hells Angels from Lowell.
We have the chief and the deputy chief
Nobody
here this
ever
evening.
missed him.
I'm sure. That's a terrible thing to say, but I'm sure.
Your brothers in blue cleaned it for you.
Expected service when you leave.
Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Looks like the first one we have up is the health department, which is 4411.10.
Okay, and if I could just, so we have Inspector Dion on with us. So if after we do health, we could jump to code
Of course,
so that he can,
give him some of his evening back.
yeah. So
41110.
health. So the deputy will be presenting all but the emergency management budget this evening. It's something we had hoped to do last year, but unfortunately we had some family matters that arose around budget time, so he didn't get that this opportunity last year, so.
So I guess I'll just go through the line items. So the salary for the health officer is the same as it normally is. It's 1,500. There's no increase. Water analysis, which is testing 4 times a year for Dara Pond, is $180. Again, that's the same as last year. Health officer dues and subscriptions, which we belong to the New Hampshire Health Officers Association, is 140, which is the same as last year. And seminars and conventions is there's an increase of $210. There's 3 of us that go to the health officer seminars at $70 a piece. That's the whole budget. Anybody have any
I'm sure it's the same as last year.
Same.
There's no increase.
Oh, is it the same as last? I'm
So
sorry.
there's no increase to 441110 health department proposed.
I'm sorry. It was, yeah, that's right. It was up
Why
there.
are there 3 people going to a Senate health officers? Who are they?
What's that?
You got Peter, you, who else?
Paul.
Paul?
Yeah.
Is he deputy?
Yes.
Peter's not.
No.
Okay.
No, the 3. So there's,
1 health officer and 2 deputies?
yes.
Why?
Just makes it easier giving service to people. So they don't have to wait.
I can understand that with you guys. I was just saying, you know. Okay. 3?
Good job, bottom line.
We like that when there's 0.
Yep. You were good work.
All right, so you would like to move to 424120 code next?
If you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
There we are doing, okay. All right, so the, for code enforcement, starting with 110, the salary is a $328 increase, which basically is from the merit increase that was given by the board. Temporary inspector is actually a decrease of $1,000. Peter's very good about scheduling his inspections so that we felt that we could make a decrease in the budget by $1,000. And it still leaves us money so that should something happen, should he get sick and be out for a while or something, that we can still hire somebody to come in and do inspections. The overtime is the same. There's no difference there. And health insurance, I know, Troy, if you want to talk about the health insurance.
Yeah, we've kind of mentioned it a couple of times. We're still waiting for health insurance and dental insurance rates. Here in this budget, what we had was a change in the enrollment. So I can't, just due to HIPAA regulations, I can't really get into it too much detail, but it just reflects the actual enrollment of this employee receiving the benefit, which ended up being a huge savings for the town.
Okay, dues and subscriptions. We started last year the MyGov startup, the new software system that the building department is using. So last year was $1,295. Actually, that doesn't make sense.
We had budgeted last year, we had budgeted $1,000 because we had no idea. Excuse me. We went through a review of several different programs, and Inspector Dion recommended the MyGov program from a user standpoint, from a cost standpoint. So the additional $4,000 this year is for the annual subscription to MyGov. So we incurred the startup costs in actually I believe it was late 2019 budget. And then that has carried us through, Peter, correct me, October, November of this year? Peter?
This year's subscription would end in March of next year.
Thank you. So this is,
If that's what you're asking.
yes, thank you. So this is basically March of 20 to March of 21 costs. And will be an ongoing annual cost for the program. And I'm sure Peter would be happy to speak to you about it if you had any questions on the program itself. But it has been, I'd let him speak if you've got questions because he's more familiar with it than I am.
Gentlemen, would you like an overview?
Yeah. What exactly is it? Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a permit management software. This year it's been a huge help to the town with the COVID situation. It's allowed all our contractors, homeowners and everything to go online, apply for all their permits, pay for their permits all online. So it took a lot of traffic out of town hall. It gives us a real understanding of what's out there for permits, which ones are completed, which ones are still open, or in the past, paper files and everything ended up in files, and the homeowner never called us. There wasn't a real way for us to track which permits were open and which ones got closed. So MyGov gives us a real-time view of every permit that's out there and open. Current numbers is 475 issued permits for the year. There's 190 that have actually been finished and closed. We got, good 270 something active projects going in town, active permits projects, however you want to look at it. It turns around and gives us real financial reports on the whole permit process. The town itself has a good record keeping things, but it gives us something to balance against. It's been, in my point, it's been a real asset to the town. We launched in February of this year and started using it. It took us a little while to set it up back in January through February, but we got it going just weeks before the whole COVID thing, so it turned out to be a huge benefit.
Very good. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Are they still allowed to come in and do paper ones?
So they can, Kevin, they can come in and
The question that I've been asked.
a paper one, but we would have to transfer it into the system. So we can manually enter it for them. There's a lot of contractors that just don't want to use the computer. So they can still do that. They can come in and give us a paper one. We transfer it into the system and print it that way.
It's the way it's always been done, yeah.
We can't read both because it would unbalance all our financials. So every permit has to get into the system for the reports to all generate, right?
Yep.
But no, we
But you
can
still
help.
can do that.
Yep. We can still help the customer if we have to. Donna can still do it. I can do it.
Thank you, Peter.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Sounds like a great system.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's been a huge asset. I have no complaints about it.
So question, I'm not sure I'm hearing it properly. Is it MYGOV?
It is MyGov, all one word.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so vehicle repairs and maintenance is the same as last year at 1,500. Books and periodicals is the same at 500, no changes. Uniforms, same as last year at 500. And seminars and conventions, there's a $1,270 increase. And that's basically just due to different classes that Peter's taking. Right now, with everything with COVID, there's a lot of classes that were canceled, but he's been able to find a lot of online classes and takes any online classes as he finds them.
And those are classes to meet the requirements of the position description, just so everybody's aware.
And that's code enforcement, if anybody has any questions.
So overall, it is a decrease of $13,685.
Very good.
Gentlemen, any more questions?
No, just thanks for coming in, Pete, talking to everybody.
No problem, anytime.
Thank you, Peter. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
You guys have a great evening as well.
Thanks, Peter.
Right.
Yep.
So Chief and Deputy Chief, you want to move on to what would you like to do next? Ambulance?
Emergency management,
Well, I'm going to defer that one to Troy because he usually negotiates that contract, so.
Okay,
Is this the,
let's go to ambulance just so we can kind of get back in order here, if please. So it's 421510.
ambulance?
Yes.
Okay, so the ambulance is, we've got two lines for the ambulance budget. First one is with the town of Hudson, and that's a contract that we have. The contract is open-ended. It doesn't expire. And basically, it's a little difficult to try to budget what we think the expense will be for 2021 because the calculation that's used is the Hudson's on a different fiscal year.
Mhm.
So we get 6 months into our budget and, Hudson then changes their fiscal year and there's a mechanism in there that changes the percentage. So we kind of take a look at what the actual expenses were, the kind of run rates, and do our best projection. That's where the 59,225 comes from. We've been pretty good at hitting that number. So I'm pretty confident in that number this year. You see there's no change. So now the other one is the bad debt.
Which is
That
always a hassle.
represents $10,000. And what happens here is when the town of Hudson will provide services to any call here in Litchfield, there will be a billing that will go out, and if those bills are unpaid, it is the town's responsibility to pay the town of Hudson. We then have a process in-house where Karen will put a lot of time into reaching out to those customers and trying to get payment. After several attempts, if we don't have any luck, we send it off to our collection agent. And they will do their best to try to collect. But a lot of times there's or sometimes it can take 2.5 years for these bills to be approved and processed through the insurance industry. So there's a lot to it. That's what the $10,000 is. It's to pay the town of Hudson for any services they've provided to our residents or any person that's in Litchfield, and it's not paid.
So the 58,000 is just a standing fee that we pay them to provide the service.
Right.
And then the individuals are responsible for paying for it.
They pay for it, yeah. And then and of course, the town of Hudson's not going to absorb the cost for any unpaid bills, so we're on the hook for that.
I'm just curious. One of the arguments for the over 55 communities was that they wouldn't have kids in school. But the argument against them would be that there would be more ambulance. Do you have a feel for that? We've had over 55 communities now for what, 10 years or so?
Oh, man,
Yeah, I don't think there's.
the first one was.
Yeah,
Gym
I
pack?
think
15
that
years
the
ago.
fire would know more than that. I only get unpaid bills.
So I understand the question. Mr. LaSalle, you asking if we have a higher response rate to the 55 and olders
Medically.
for medicals?
No, I don't think we do.
You know, I can't say, yeah, definitely. You know, we could run, you know, create a report and run a report to say, but I don't think any more than anything else. And I, you know, and I'll defer to Karen and Troy, but I think you're probably not seeing your non-payments coming out of those facilities either. You're seeing, you know, motor vehicle accidents, not so much residents, more transient populations going through, visiting, so forth. That's where the non-payment is coming from. So Hudson transports, Hudson bills. If they don't pay the bill to Hudson, Hudson kicks the bill to us, basically for collection. So.
Yeah, you don't need to run a report on that. I was just curious, you know, whether you would see.
I mean, every now and again, we'll get, you know, a number of calls to a certain address, but that's for a period of time, and then whatever happens, they move into an assisted living facility or pass or whatever, and you know, we go a stretch without, you know, any addresses that become fairly routine, and then we'll have it again for a few weeks, maybe a couple months, but nothing that, you know, we go there to this house 3 times a week, you know, and we don't have that now.
Thank you.
So 421510 looks to be an increase of $1,725.
And that is a contractual thing from Hudson,
Yes,
correct?
it's contractual increase.
Yeah, and again, it's our best guess at what
So we don't know what it's
what the
gonna
annual
be.
contract is gonna.
It's a very unique formula.
5% of their budget, and then how many?
And then, so there's a calculation of the operating budget for the town of Hudson, and we're on, you know, we contribute a certain percent, say it's 25%. And then, in addition to that, they have another mechanism where there's a certain percent for the calls. So we're, you know, it's always, to be honest with you, it seems to be pretty fair and equitable. But what happens is the ambulance budget for the town of Hudson, you know, for the first 6 months is the year prior, and then you don't never know how much their budget's going to increase for the last 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
So I'm trying to budget for 2 fiscal years of the town of Hudson opposed to 1 calendar year.
I think it's very safe to say, though, we could not provide the service we receive for what we pay for it.
No, there's no number. You're right.
Okay, next we have fire administration, which is 4220.10.
Okay. So I guess I'll start with the salary line. So all the salary lines for fire chief, firefighter, EMT, and call firefighter, those all have increases, but those increases are all due to merits that were earned from our last
July.
Thank you. So let's see. So I'll go down to, is there any questions in the salary, or can I move on? Okay. So we'll go down to fire department training wages. We actually had $3,294 less than last year. Some of that is all obviously because of COVID. We didn't train for a number of months because of COVID. So that would reflect in that. We do train twice a month for the fire side of it. And then we do once a month for EMS training, which is all required in order to keep up certifications. Let's see. Fire inspector, there's an increase of $119. Again, that was a merit adjustment. Full-time overtime, again, was because of a merit adjustment. Training, again, same thing, merit adjustment. So they're all the same other than those merit adjustments. Uniform allowance is even funded. There's no increase. The health insurance, I'll defer to Troy.
It's still
Yes.
pending.
Same pending the rates, and of course, if there's any changes in enrollment, so.
Okay. 212, the short-term disability insurance. There's an increase of $119. That's actually the prevalent policy that we have for the call firefighters. And 213, long-term disability insurance. That's actually has a $75 increase, and that's the chief's contractual amount. 342, the fire department computer software contract. That's evenly funded. That covers our firehouse software that we use for running out all our reports. Also, that covers we have a dispatch messaging audio file that we get now that backs up our pagers, so that if our pagers aren't working, we can actually, we get a text audio so we can hear the incident where it is. And then it also covers our I Am Responding program that we use for responding to calls.
Val's going to ask you, what is that?
I Am Responding?
Well, I know what you're doing, but what is it?
So I Am Responding is we have screens throughout the fire station, and it does a number of different things. The main thing is we all have apps on our phones, and before in the old days when we were responding for calls, you kind of had no idea who was showing up to the station, who was going to calls, and either you had 20 people show up for a medical call, or you had one person show up for a medical call. So I Am Responding actually does a number of things. You pull out your phone, you go onto the app, I hit that I'm responding. It'll show everybody that's currently going to that call. It also tracks from their house their average response time of what it should take them to get from their house to the fire station. So if you have a structure fire, and you can see all the names of somebody that's coming down. You can see how long it's going to take them to get to the station. So that way, like during the daytime, if we get a fire call during the day and two of the call guys sign on, I may see that one guy is 2 minutes away, and we'll wait the extra 2 minutes so that we have a third guy. Or we may see that somebody's 5 minutes away and figure they're either going to wait at the station if we need extra manpower, or they're going to come on a second truck. So it does a lot of different things. We can message through it and message the whole department when equipment's out of service. We can show training when we have an upcoming training, and it shows all the apparatus when they go out of service. So we just went through vehicle registrations. So as they go out to go and get inspected, they go out to Merrimack to get inspected. So as they go out of service, I tap on for each individual piece of apparatus, and it'll say reason for going out of service, and you put inspection. And as soon as I hit the button, it blasts it out to all 30 members that engine one's not in service. So if there's a call. So it does a number of things.
It's an information thing.
Yeah, it's a great system.
Definitely.
Provides for accountability at a fire incident, so we can look and see who's on the incident, and track who's there, should we have an issue and need to heads. So
Definitely beneficial.
Do you allow people to respond to the scene?
Well,
Or do they have to come to the firehouse and get their gear first because they can't put it in their car, even if it's cleaned?
so there's a couple of different things. If it's for a medical call,
Separate issue.
if they're a paramedic or an advanced EMT, well, if they're a paramedic, they can go to the scene if it's close to where they are to provide care.
Okay.
The officers go to the scene. Other than that, the majority of guys on the department are actually fairly close to the station now because of the way that we're now located. And under 4 minutes, depending on what type of call we have, we're going to have 18 guys at the station.
So the location has helped on the dispatching.
Yes.
So, but you still can't put your gear in the car, right?
You're not, well, no, you shouldn't because they're full of contaminants.
It's cleaned.
Yes.
It's cleaned.
Yeah,
it's no longer recommended or encouraged across the industry. So.
Okay. No other questions. Go on.
Anybody else? Okay, so moving on,
You lose your place.
fire department dispatch service contract. That's level funded, 8,400. And again, I think we already spoke to it, but it's part of a contractual agreement. We do. It's the Hudson contract is like $12 a call, and it looks at an average of about 700 calls a year. 355 fire department pre-employment screening. That again is level funded. That covers background checks, and the background checks are more important now because now when we go to either when we hire somebody new who's gone through their EMT, or when you go to the next level, either an EMT intermediate or to a paramedic level, you have to have these background checks done by law. So that's what that covers.
And you budget 5 per year?
Yeah, there's 5
On
per
average.
year.
Okay.
And again, that's kind of cyclical with the transition of members, moving out of town, life changes, family changes. On average, we hire 3 to 5 a year.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah, so moving on under that too is also fire physicals. We're required to do physicals now because of some of the things that have happened in the past now in order to use and actually it just happened not too long ago where there was a line of duty. Well, actually it wasn't a line of duty yet, so I don't know, but Goffstown, one of the firefighters passed away while they were doing one of the, what they call the CPAT.
Training.
And that was up at the fire academy. Because of prior to that happening, they instituted it where we have to have physicals every 3 years to avoid that from happening. So that when you go to do combat firefighter training up at the fire academy, you're healthy enough to perform it. So that's what these physicals are supposed to do, is hopefully keep something from what just happening.
Do you have any idea what happened to that fellow? I mean, that you can say?
The incident is still under investigation. He was participating in a physical ability exam to basically become a full-time firefighter again. He had retired.
Oh, okay.
So that's a little different from taking a training. There is a medical screening that's that physical ability exam just requires a doctor's note that says you're physically fit. I'm sure during the course of the investigation that'll be looked into. What the Fire Academy instituted, I want to say 4 years ago now, is any class that requires a student to be in any type of protective clothing, they have to have had a complete fire service physical, or what we refer to as a 1582 standard physical, within the past 3 years of the class start. Actually, I think it's the end of the class, but they have to have it before. So we started this program. I believe this is actually year 3. We do a third of the department each year. So we have a contract with Express Med up at Perimeter Road and Brown Ave. They're an occupational health provider. They're familiar with all the requirements, all the testing that's done. And they do that. So we're in the process of doing that now because I wasn't going to send anybody for testing during the height of the pandemic. So we're just getting into it now for this year. And then they also do our pre-employment physicals. And there's actually a couple of other tests that they do for baseline pre-employment that aren't part of the annual. So that's why you'll see a difference between pre-employment and annual physical costs. There's additional testing done for baseline purposes, and a lot of that's to protect the town. So the years down the road, if something occurs and it wasn't on the baseline, there's some protection there. So.
Okay, so we have, go ahead.
That is very sad what happened up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
I know the
sad.
family, the Towers.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Oh, good.
So 391 Fire Department Instructor Services. That was an increase of $112. What that covers is EMT recertification and Con Ed. There was just a slight increase. And it also covers some other New Hampshire Fire Academy classes and some monthly training. 410 is Fire Department electricity. There is a reduction in that of $3,000. Right now, obviously, we just moved into the new station, so we haven't quite done a full year with the electricity. We're hoping that it might be reduced even more than what it is, but we don't have enough information yet. So, but we're pretty confident it's going to be less money this year. And same with the heating, we're still determining the yearly cost. And again, we're hoping that that's going to come down. Water, there's no increase. It's the same. Fire department station repairs and maintenance is the same. Fire department dues and subscriptions, $224 increase. Basically, it just covers all the different mutual aid associations and the National Fire Protection Association, the different memberships. And the increase actually for the $224 is due to the New Hampshire State Firemen's Association, which all the call firefighters are all part of. So that was that $224 increase.
I thought the association was paying for that kind of stuff at one time.
They haven't for a long
Not
time.
since I've been here, and I understand that the town took it over a couple years before I got here. So,
Okay. I didn't know that, so thank you.
Excuse me, Doug.
Yeah.
Under fire department station repairs and maintenance.
Yep.
2019 actual expense was fairly low. Do you know what our running rate is right now?
so yeah. I mean, I can tell you what we've spent, but we haven't done half of the testing because the station's been secured due to COVID. So we're actually just now starting to conduct, bring companies in to do the annual testing. We just had the sprinkler system done last week. Fire alarm is being scheduled. The doors were just done last week. So there's some that have been done. We haven't got bills on. There's some that are scheduled. I do know I just processed the overhead door service and it was $600. So we were right on the money for that. And again, some of the stuff was kind of covered under warranty until May. So, but that doesn't really cover your annual inspections and service. It covers issues that have popped up, which they've been very good with covering. But these were all numbers that we were given last year. So I can't say that they're spot on just yet because we haven't had some of this done yet because of COVID.
What is
Plymovent, that's the air capture system that we hook to the
okay.
trucks for the exhaust.
Yeah.
And that was just done
That was just done last Friday.
So we haven't seen the bill on that yet.
Was any of this stuff we can slough off to COVID? You know, we can blame on COVID.
We've without getting myself in trouble here, anything we could possibly attribute to, we have from day one.
Okay.
And
Enough said.
You're on TV. Let's hear it.
Hey, it's only no if you try. So and I don't know if anything's been kicked back. I know we had one or two things that, were questioned. And we provided the justification, and if they accept it, they accept it. If they don't, they don't. So, but we have tracked and submitted everything that, reasonably fell under the guidance that either the state or FEMA has given us. And I would just say that FEMA has changed their guidance at least 3 times since this all started. So it's kind of like, throwing a dart at a moving target. So, but I think it's safe to say we've been doing that across all departments in town. So.
Okay, so fire department general supplies. There's a slight increase of $150. Basically, we're doing more in-house repairs, which is keeping the trucks from going to other places. So there's just a slight increase in that line. Fire department community relations. We actually aren't doing anything this year, and that's due to COVID. So, but obviously we need to have that for next year. Hopefully we can get back into it. And that's everything from doing the school program that we do to also doing CPR classes for the community. So that's all stuff that right now is just on the shelf for right now. Fire department office supplies, no change. Fire department postage, no change, still at 100, and it's just basically there in case we need something for an emergency. 630 fire department equipment repair and maintenance, level funded still the same.
You guys still got Class A foam?
We do.
Class A, not
Class
Class
A,
B.
not Class B, yeah.
It says
Well,
B
we
too.
actually, in full transparency, we have like 5 or 7
7 gallons.
gallons of Class B foam, which falls under the PFOA issue that we've reported to the State Fire Marshal's office, and there's a program
They're gonna
in the
come
works
collect it?
statewide so that
They're
it
gonna come
will be,
collect it.
yes,
Yes.
exactly. So
Okay.
we've
Online.
reported everything we have so that it, someday goes away at no cost to us. So
So the issue with it's so much per trillion when you get the count of PFOA. That 5-gallon can, whatever you got left. Think about the trillion.
right.
Okay.
We haven't had it on the trucks in 7 or 8 years anyway.
At least 8 years,
So
yeah.
we
Is it in
still
your
use
office?
Class A, which is basically a
So
Percent
heavier-
dishwashing
Yeah.
detergent.
exactly and we use that more for forestry. We will use it in structural situations because it breaks down the viscosity of the water, but that's not
that's not
part of the whole PFOA concern.
We'll find something
So-
wrong with that in the future.
So let's see, going down.
Vehicle fuels next.
All right, so 635 fire department vehicle fuel, we actually had a decrease of 275, and basically that's because there's been a decrease in price for fuel. 640 fire department custodial maintenance supplies is same, no change. Fire department vehicle repairs and maintenance, same thing, no change, and that basically covers all the maintenance for the fleet of 9 vehicles and the 3 or 4 different trailers and the boat and everything that we have.
Can you get the boat in the river now with being so low?
Wouldn't even try.
Have you had to use the river access yet?
No, not yet, thank God.
You're gonna have to carry it in.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to put the boat in that even in
Wouldn't do
high
it.
water. Because it's a trailered boat, it's a metal.
It's too
boat,
heavy
so,
for the river.
yeah, so,
Yeah, I see they mowed the grass down into the river.
It's the first year it's grown in the mud because the river's been so low. And actually the vegetation along the side of the banks is beautiful in August. Okay?
It's unreal, the drought that we're going through. So fire department books and periodicals, there's an increase of $450, and that is due to NFPA that we belong to, their updates, there was an increase. And also to some of the codes and standards, there's an increase. Fire department uniforms and accessories, that's level funded from last year. Fire department protective gear, there's a $525 increase, and that basically, our gear usually, once a year, there's about a 3% increase in cost. 683, fire department medical supplies, level funded. 692, fire department provisions, level funded. 740, fire department equipment purchases, level funded. And let's see, 741, equipment leases, that's for the photocopier fax machine, that's the same. 760 vehicle lease purchase, it's at $1 for future.
I have a question. On their equipment purchases, you plan on replacing stuff like the thermal cameras? Stuff like that?
Yep, so
Is there a replacement policy or procedure?
no, so first there's a line in there for pagers. So we do about 5 pages a year because that's kind of a consumable, they break and whatnot. The thermal cameras, we've been doing a program for the last few years where the prices have come down so much on thermal cameras that they're actually very affordable. And so we're in the process. We originally had 3 big cameras, and now we're working on smaller cameras that actually go on to each air pack. And we are in the final stages of making it so that every air pack has a small, they call it a seat camera. Does full color and everything, and it hangs right with the air pack. So whoever takes an air pack, they have a camera so they can see where the fire is, find people and pets and whatnot in the building. So this should be hopefully the last year, and then all the trucks will all be done. And then there's another line that's in there. We have to do a lot of hose replacement this year. We haven't bought hose in a long time. And we found out that there's only a 15 years on hose, and then you're not supposed to use it anymore. So we'll be replacing a lot of hose probably this year.
If it's tested?
That's how we found out.
That's how we found out, right?
We started with a company this year testing everything, and they kind of brought that to our attention that.
So, that's odd. If the hose passes the test, but if it's 15 years old, you still got to get rid of it?
It's just like gear. Even if gear is brand new in the bag at 9.5 years, you can wear it for 6 months. And after 10 years, it's no longer considered usable, and the liability becomes
Questionable?
a concern.
Same thing the government did to my propane tank for my gas
Propane
grill.
tank,
12 years. Propane
So I
tank.
got to spend $30 every 10 years.
You should get 12 years out of a propane tank.
I'm having trouble with the
I
little
just got one of
plastic
those.
gas
That's what we have to
cans.
replace.
But I mean, most of our smaller, what we call smaller diameter, it's our primary hose lines are 20, 25 years old. So
Yeah.
and technology changes, the weight, the material. I mean, we don't have any more cotton jacketed, which was always a problem with it, mildewing and rotting and everything. Now everything's synthetic jacketed.
Your drying skills need to improve.
With the linings, you can actually have the lining delaminate inside the hose and you won't really know it. So that's some of the reasons they set life expectancies on it.
It's just, you got it.
Yep.
We
Only
got,
one thing.
we got our money's worth out of our hose, Kevin. We still have
At
hose.
that point, I'm
We
just
still
trying
have
to figure out
hose
the
from
logic of it.
we still have hose from 1976 in service. So
We don't
we
use
definitely
it.
got
Wow.
our money's worth.
It's been dry since then. What are you talking about?
That's the problem. Rubber dry,
Yeah.
when rubber's dry, it cracks, and that's the problem.
I just asked a question because I never heard of expiration date.
Everything's got an expiration date nowadays.
I know.
Hopefully we
Congress
don't,
does
but
too.
Yeah.
I'm totally expired. Ask my wife.
We're not going to touch that one.
all right. So 810 fire department miles and tolls. That was actually reduced by $50 this year, and it's just a placeholder. Pretty much, if anybody on the department goes to any classes, we provide a vehicle. We have the utility. We also have the building car that we can use if somebody needs to go somewhere. So the only reason we have a retainer in there is just in case there's that fluke thing where somebody has to go right from work and they go to a class and they can't come by to pick up a vehicle or whatnot. And then fire department seminars and conventions, that's level funded. That covers a lot of our sending guys to firefighter 1, firefighter 2 certifications. It also covers EMT, AEMT certifications, sending people to classes to the National Fire Academy, and any type of chief professional development training. And I think that's it.
That's it. So bottom line for 4220.10 fire is down $4,368. I think that's the second
Very
year in a
good.
row you've been flat to down.
Nice work.
Appreciate that, guys.
I'm just
Great work.
curious, do we have any provision? We're adjacent to the airport. Do we have anything like a plan or something?
A plane? We don't have a plane.
And we don't want a plane.
It's interesting you ask, because the deputy will be attending a meeting Thursday morning for the annual airport drill. So the airport has to do a drill every year to some degree. Last year was the full scale, so this year should be a tabletop. And then, so each year it's a little different, but yes, so we are obviously an immediate responding community. So we just got the letter last week, and I have a commitment, so he is going to attend and represent the department Thursday morning, so.
Do we get any like federal money or anything for being
Within the
close to
flight
the
path?
airport? No.
No.
Responder.
They gave it to the city, to the town of Londonderry.
Londonderry got a fire station because of the airport, but that's all I'm aware of they've got for federal money from.
That's the only federal money.
If it falls on us, they'll come.
What's that?
If a plane falls over here, they'll come still.
And we do, not every year, but every couple of years, we do training with the airport. We've gone to the airport, had a backstage tour, if you will, of the airport out on the tarmac with their staff. Our staff, we split in half. Half would work with the crash trucks on how to refill them, because that is one of our roles, is to supply water to the crash trucks in an incident. So that was covered. And then if we go there, we had one of the assistant chiefs take the rest of the group that was up there around and kind of show them, if you're told to go to, runway 735 or 1735, this is the runway, and so forth, and why they're called that, or this taxiway, and what the striping means. So it actually, since doing that, it really drives my wife nuts when we fly, because I'll tell her what every marking is on the runway as we're taxiing or taking off, or I'll look out the window and say, "Ooh, we came in hot, because that was the crash station we just went by. There's not much runway left." It tends to get people's attention on a plane too. So we do work with them. They will come to us if we have the unfortunate incident of a plane coming down in town, because we are in one of the flight paths. But no benefit that I've ever seen or heard of to to utilize,
Thank you.
so.
Any other questions before we move on to the next topic? So next is fire hydrants, 4220.90.
We got a lot of them.
I'm just gonna say we have a
We're
lot
getting
of-
more.
Yes.
They should be breaking ground any time now on the
Yeah,
extension
yeah,
from
the end
Do
of
that
this
next
month.
section of road, right?
Hillcrest to the library.
I think in another week, this will be setting to break ground.
It'll be out in front of your house here in short order.
They can put it to the house, but I'm not paying for it.
Oh, it'll be across the road. They always won't be in your yard. It'll be across the
So it's on
road.
the northbound side they're doing it?
I believe, yeah.
I
The
think
library
so.
hydrant
I
is.
thought it was on the
Hillcrest.
east.
You what?
They said the east side.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be the northbound lane, so it'd be
Yeah,
the
it should
east
be,
side.
because that's where the other side is from the fire station and.
Where the other side
up
is?
to, up by, yeah, up to Hillcrest.
250 hydrants. Yeah.
Now, we're adding
I-
6 more.
It's updated, so we have 255, and that includes the 6 that will come online for the extension down 3A to the library.
Manchester willing to come in because they're much cheaper.
Good luck with the PUC on that one.
So the increase is, we're picking up 6 new hydrants. So we have an increase right now for those watching at home of $44,436. So the city of Manchester, we only have 1 hydrant, and that fee's been pretty consistent at $160 per quarter. So we pay $640 a year for 1 hydrant. The city of Manchester. Pennachuck Waterworks, we will have 255 hydrants online, and that will cost an estimated $507,550, representing an increase of $44,436. So with the addition of 6 new hydrants, and it looks like they've gone ahead and requested, I'll call it a rate increase, and so towards the end of the year, we'll get hit with the retroactive charge for that rate increase.
$500,000 a year for hydrants.
Hydrants, yep.
Only.
Fire truck, almost a fire truck, a year.
How much is that a hydrant?
I'm about ready to divide that. How many you got?
255 divided by 507.
50 divided by 508, right?
507. divided
They
by
draw water from the
255.
hydrant. Is there a water charge?
Bob, you're looking almost at $2,000 per hydrant.
No, they used to do that, Jack.
Compared to
Before we
$640.
paid for it, we could get charged $800 if we tapped a hydrant. And then since we're now using the hydrants and paying for them, we don't get charged for using them.
There's no charge for it.
So
Well,
for training,
We're paying for them, but
so for
we're
training
paying
or
for it.
fires or,
We're
you know,
not
anything-
using some, so we're paying double.
right.
Ridiculous. How did
And
we
if
ever
we-
get into that situation? Does anybody know?
It was my understanding was a warrant article, was it not?
Yes.
It was. At one time, only the homeowners that were on hydrants
Right.
paid for the hydrants. And then there's a warrant article.
I remember that.
I remember that discussion dearly at
Oh,
town
me too.
meeting. And it wasn't the deliberative section. It was one of the real town meetings. And that was a battle because the people who were on the hydrant system were on water, I'm going to say, in town, were upset because they're paying for the
Hydrants.
hydrants. Yet we got no benefit from it because we weren't near hydrant. We ended up paying for more.
It was more the house insurance thing.
Yeah.
The cost of insurance was
The insurance was
outrageous
minimal.
because there was no hydrants within a certain distance.
We had water sources that we used.
At least that's what they told you.
Yeah.
So what do they put in a hydrant every 1,000 feet?
pretty much.
Yeah, you know where the water source was? Wasn't it Hillcrest, top of Hillcrest and Pinecrest?
It's a lot of
That
money.
was one of them.
That was one of them.
Yeah.
The pond's gone now.
You can walk across it now.
You're walking across anything right now, including the Merrimack.
There's a lot of turtles out there.
Actually, somebody tried that last week and it didn't work so well for them.
From out of state.
Out of state,
I
yeah.
hope they
Yeah.
charged her.
Well, you know, probably used to the Delaware River, which is a lot bigger and never walkable. She probably figured this was a little stream to her, but anyway. She's lucky. 'cause
All
there
good
is a pretty good
challenges are
turn.
nice.
So,
So we have any more questions about the dreaded subject of fire
I'd
hydrants?
rather not discuss it personally.
Yeah. It's not to go anymore
$500
now.
million. Oh my God.
Okay,
Next is emergency management, 429010.
so the only change in emergency management that I've put in this year is an increase of $1,000 under the 740 line for equipment. And quite honestly, that was driven by the situation we're currently in with the pandemic. Very early on, we needed to start securing PPE, and nobody really had that in, budgets. Whether it was the town office, library, we obviously had it in fire, but not to the magnitude that we have needed. Police had it to, again, a very minor. So it just made sense to me as the emergency management director to put some money in there. It's probably not going to solve the problem, but it's at least somewhere to get started. If we continue in this, not knowing what federal or state reimbursements are going to be going forward, or if we were to experience something again as we go forward. So, we were able to get through this time, but I would hate to, just say, yeah, we got through and, we'll get through the next time. Let's learn from the lesson we were able to
We
get.
just have some monies allocated.
And at least put it there if we need it. If we don't, then it's still there. So that is the only increase of $1,000 in emergency management.
okay.
Gentlemen, any questions?
Maybe we could discontinue our Pennachuck hydrants and hook them up to Manchester. We save a lot of money.
Good.
Get started on that, will you, Kevin?
Yeah.
I think back in the day, I only paid like $5 extra on the bill.
For hydrant?
Yeah, a month. But yeah, I think it was only like 5, maybe 10, but it was no more than that.
Wow.
And I thought it was somebody from the over 55 that brought it forward that
They did.
wanted the town to.
They
pay.
did that. They brought it forward.
And I don't think my bill
55.
ever went down, really.
That's how it happened because they didn't want to pay for the hydrants
Yeah.
because they were private hydrants. 55 and older, okay? The water system out there is maybe Pennachuck, but it's on private land, okay? So we let them pay, but they didn't like that. That's how it got changed. And Rich, in response to 55 and older, there are some disadvantages to that, as you know right now. I don't mean that we're over 55.
I think that covers
That
all our
covers you guys,
budget
yeah.
items. So if I could for 1 second, I know we're a little off topic here, but our fire prevention parade is quickly approaching. We've had a lot of folks reaching out, are we going to be doing it? So I would just ask if the board has any opposition to it. There's, to my knowledge, no prohibitions through the state at this point on parades. But we just wouldn't want to schedule it and all of a sudden blindside the board. So if you want to talk about it later and get back to us, just one way or the other, so we know. Figured we'd bring it before you for.
We got another meeting next week.
When's usually the date of that?
It's usually the Friday before Fire Prevention Week, which this year would be October 2nd. Because
We
October,
got time because it'll be at the next meeting with the 12th.
Yeah, and you know what?
I think we should wait till the schools are now open. Let's see where we are
Yeah.
with the schools
The
at this
training was
point.
there already.
And then maybe the next meeting, we could discuss.
yeah, it came to me as we were talking
Oh.
about fire prevention stuff, and I just wanted to kind of toss it out there for,
It should be brought up now. I agree with you, but I think we should wait to make a decision. I'd like to see it.
It's an event I know the community loves. Let's just make sure we can do it safely. And
exactly, exactly. And
How
you know,
much advance notice do you need?
oh, I think with,
Well,
a
if we're
couple
gonna
of
meet-
hours on social media, that should be fine.
case in point, 4th of
But
July
other
parade.
departments participate too.
Yeah, that'd be the biggest thing.
That'd be
is
the
getting
hardest thing, but
departments, so.
I'm sure
With a week or so, we could pull that side
the
of it
word out,
off.
we might be able to get
We have
enough.
another meeting next Monday evening, so.
Next Monday or the week after.
No, next Monday.
Next Monday, another budget meeting.
Yeah, like I said, it kind of came to me, so I wanted to kind of put it out there and give you some time to think about it and so forth, so.
Appreciate that.
But
We already
there's
had a
another,
parade this year.
I heard of another issue that came up, same exact topic, but Halloween,
Yes.
where people were starting to ask questions about whether or not Halloween would be celebrated.
Well,
I don't know if the selectmen have any authority in Halloweens, but typically it's kind of unofficially overseen by the,
I'm sure that will come up
Police.
in emergency
but
management.
I
call
do
very
think,
shortly.
we,
That's
as a
Wednesday's
community, we need to have a
agenda.
discussion about trick or treating.
I wouldn't want my kids going to a door.
I have to
They
stop
can't
buying
be in
candy.
this
I get
situation.
a lot of candy.
As long as you put the stuff outside and smile
I
at
don't
them.
have any. What am I talking about? I hear what they do.
The whole issue of wrappers and stuff,
Solves it.
that's a big thing,
Yeah.
above and beyond the community aspect of kids walking around and so forth. But it's the actual candy and
That's what I'd worry about.
We have to worry about
I
that
mean,
already.
it's probably worthy of a discussion because that, at some point in time, the citizens are going to start asking questions about.
Canceling Halloween? Well, I
Have you
can't
been
wait till
involved
Christmas.
at all with the issue of the kindergartner?
We are aware of it. We have not had any contact with the school district as yet. So, but we're aware of the matter. And I know from being on the task force, that, they did have plans in place and so forth. And, I think honestly, it wasn't a if, it was a when, and I hate to say it that way, but I mean, you look around all the school districts, I mean, everybody's had at least one, and those that haven't, it's just a matter of time.
Bedford too.
So Bedford's had a number of them, so.
Yep.
I think actually one at each school, so far, so, and they started earlier than us, so I wasn't surprised, I'll say that much, but.
I'm just curious. It seemed like there was an awfully quick result of the test.
So results are coming back pretty much within 24 hours now.
Are they?
Yeah, we ran a test on a member, week ago, and we had results back within less than 24 hours.
Really?
That was an expedited test because they were tested as a first responder, but I know my wife was tested for her work and she had it within 24 hours. So,
Don't go to the hospital. They automatically test you.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Been there.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you,
Great,
Deputy
thank you.
Chief. We appreciate your time and all your effort
Very
you put
much.
into it and the presentation you gave us this evening.
Do you want to speak to him about the,
Oh, yeah, we did have one more that came up earlier. Use of the community center if we have to get into budget season for maybe holding more people.
What did we figure with table spacing? We're looking at 12,
I
14?
thought it was 11.
So it's the same as this room?
Yeah, we're not much more when you look at the spacing.
Same
Because
as
we've already taken, well, you got some of the tables. here.
Tables, yes.
We've already taken tables out, so that we don't overcrowd our own room. And yeah,
I
it's
thought it was 11, maybe 14 tops.
14 at the most.
Occupancy?
If
With-
you
with the
do two
spacing.
6-foot, one person per 6-foot table. I mean, now if you were to do some shields, you might be able to, but it certainly, we can look at it. We can run a couple of different configurations. But I can comfortably say you're not going to look at 2024 by any stretch. 15
Because
maybe.
getting into
John?
budget, we get,
I saw an email come in earlier this meeting, John Burnell, and he did confirm that the infrastructure is not there. So
oh, the infrastructure is not there?
And you
It's
Okay.
know-
not there.
Yep.
That was
Now, with
one
that
thing.
being
I know we
said,
didn't have cameras, but I didn't know from a,
yeah, with that being
well,
said,
we were
he,
talking about the remote cameras that
Remote cameras
Yeah.
we're talking about.
cable company has. So, I mean, it's not,
It's, we have a way of
they're
doing
not
it.
in place.
yeah, but there's some,
But I don't think you're going to save them. You're not going to get enough room.
John indicated that it can happen. It's just, you're going to have to invest some equipment and time.
And 3 operators. I need somebody at master control and then
Three.
cameras.
so that takes away 3 spots right there. from
Just
having
like, it's
people in the
just
room.
like
So
doing it
there's
at the
what you
high school.
gain.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Be safe, guys.
I don't know why you put your mask on and walk out in the dark.
Good night, Frank. Good night, Doug.
Think about it for a second.
The next item is personnel administration, which is 4155.10.
The hell?
Where'd it go? Personnel. Got it. Okay, so unfortunately, this is a year where we kind of see we can go a couple of years without any adjustments to the New Hampshire State Retirement Employer contributions. And this year, in this budget, effective July 1st, 2021, rates for the Group 1 employees, which are employees like me and highway folks, their rates are going to increase. The firefighter rates will increase and police will increase. So
Know what that number is.
those increases for Group 1, which is your regular employees, are going from, and I'll just round these numbers, are going from 11% to 14%. The fire are going from 30% to 32%. And police are going from 28.5 to 33.5.
Wow.
Well,
But what that represents, yeah,
$73,000 increase.
19. You got about a $62,000 increase just in those areas. $62,000 increase in those three areas of the state increase in retirement. So your bottom line in personnel, 73,200 projected increase, of which 62 is directly related to New Hampshire State Retirement.
It didn't make mine.
So personnel are, let's see here, short-term disability. You've got a small increase that, and this is always those disability policies, those rates don't really change that much. It's just the adjustment in our salaries that we've had from the performance reviews. Social Security, Medicare, where's the other? Unemployment tax. Okay, so there's unemployment we don't have yet. I don't expect that to be a large increase, but there will be an increase just due to, I think, because of the COVID and everything going on. And workers' compensation, we haven't received the rates for that.
When you expect to see something from the state?
We
coming down?
probably won't get our health insurance, property liability, dental, workers' comp until the end of October, mid-October, end of October. I think, Karen.
Yeah.
Usually it
probably.
doesn't go into November, so it's going to be sometime mid-October.
Okay.
Towards the end.
Yeah, because normally that's when open enrollment for most companies are right after.
Yeah, we'll get the rates,
Yeah.
and then we have our open enrollment in November.
Yep.
So.
Wow,
Yeah, that's a big
that's a big one.
increase.
I'm not feeling good right now.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, any questions?
Ouch.
Yes. A bunch of positive ones, in a good direction to start with.
Unfortunately, I don't.
And we get hit with that
I don't
one.
get to deliver the good news budgets as your police chief and fire chief just did.
Okay, the next item we have is the preliminary revenue estimates. Mr. Brown.
Oh, okay.
What's the number on that one?
Yeah. So there's a couple things going on with what's that? With our revenues, it's difficult right where we're at right now. It's still kind of difficult to predict our 2021 revenues. So, and Two of them are the big ones that we, are holding up the budget would be our rooms and meals tax and the highway block grant. And the rooms, when we go to set our tax rate, which should be sometime coming up soon, should be the end of September, we should probably get a phone call from DRA, unless this COVID thing causes a backlog in the state actually being able to commit to what revenues they're going to be willing to give out for our 2020 tax rate. We should be on schedule sometime the end of September, but it could bump into October. So we've got, let's see, Karen, why do we have the first lines there in yellow? The timber tax, land use change tax. I guess probably they're a bigger change, but the timber tax, we put that at 500, and it's really probably based on the fact that where we're at right now with the timber tax revenues. The land use change tax, we have at 25,000. Typically we budget 12.5, and pretty comfortable with that number with the subdivision.
I must be looking at something wrong. I see 3185 timber tax, 3,000. What am I looking at?
Oh, you want to go over.
It's
to
on the last page you're
2021.
looking at.
Did not print. It may have cut off.
I don't have a copy of that. You can see.
Did it cut
Yeah,
it
I'm
off?
looking at that
It may
too.
have.
I have
The
it,
next
yeah.
page?
Yeah.
Do you have 2021 on your sheet, Kevin?
Nope,
So would it
Let
have
me
gone
see.
to the next page?
Cut off.
goes the figure.
It would have gone to the next page.
Oh, no.
Right there.
Yeah, you have to look in the last column.
Oh,
Well, not the
okay.
difference,
I-
but the
I'm
2021
looking.
Okay.
Proposed. You kind of just.
Okay, I'm sorry. I feel so good now.
Oh, it's the far right column.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at, all right, I see now.
So we're not really, I mean, what we do is we pretty much, when we do revenues, when we set our revenues this fall, when we set our tax rate, typically our revenues forecasted for 2021 will be almost the same, except for a couple factors. So you can see there's, as of right now, if you scroll down, revenue from the state of New Hampshire, that's a decrease of,
Sorry, me.
Almost 100.
you're in it.
Is her doing that to you?
$100,000.
Almost 100. Yeah.
Yeah, but
103,000, well, 102 and change.
Almost 70 was that one-time money or something?
it's in the highway block grant, there was that one-time grant that we received last year for the roads, and like 61,000 was it? Yeah, and that won't, obviously that was a one-time grant that won't be here in 2021. 68,000.
But that line's actually more than that. Decreased. Is that just your anticipation? Because it was
Of losing
270.
highway block, yeah.
Yeah, losing some of the block grant.
We're minus $97,000 and all.
But here's the thing, I just want to point this out. So with the rooms and meals tax, right now we've budgeted $438,000 for 2020. That number will be provided to the state, provided to the town by the state when we set our tax rate. I don't know what impact COVID will have on that number for 2020. I'm guessing that when we set our tax rate this fall, that number is not going to decrease that much. But in 2021 is where my concern is, because we know, if these revenues are 6 months based, 6 months lag, then we know our state's been shut down pretty much for 6 months. Restaurants, lodging, all took a hit. And this is going to have a significant hit on our operating budget, because if we lose $50,000 of revenue here.
Gotta make it up.
That is going to be $50,000 of revenue that I don't get to reduce the gross amount that we're talking about raising. And so it's something that's something you all need to be aware of. Right now, I've just put in the same amount, so it's not having a bottom line impact. We'll be talking about just a preliminary discussion about the tax cap later this evening. And I just wanted to point this out to you because if this number decreases, it will increase the amount that we exceed the tax cap.
Yes. I mean, based on the budgets we've already seen, we're already going to be well over the tax cap. So, I mean, we have as a group here, we have a lot of effort to put forth before October 1st. Well, as best we can before October 1st when we have to present to the budget committee. You know, because I don't think any of us wants the budget committee hacking stuff. We'd rather do it ourselves and get as
Trouble
close.
is we'll hack it, but so will they.
I know, but
They don't care.
we have to get to the point. I think it's our duty to get as close as
What's
we
the
can.
cap? What is the cap?
175.
100, yeah,
The problem is
175.
we have one line item for the new
175 what?
$1,000,
We got.
and we have one line item.
Hydrant.
So it's not a percentage,
Telecommunications, which is $150,000.
not a percent.
It's a fixed percent.
Okay.
And then we just
It's
saw
a
a
fixed amount.
$72,000
So-
line item.
The tax cap is that, the net amount
Tough
that
to
we
do.
raised for
That's what I'm
2020,
talking about in the warrant.
whatever that net amount is, they add up
I think you're gonna have.
the
to
operating
come back
budget,
up.
all the warrant
Looking
articles,
at what he
you
has
subtract your
presented.
revenues.
You can't.
So your net amount raised for taxes in
I wouldn't
2021,
even recommend going for a
we can't raise more than
$200,000.
175,000 than the previous year.
Can't try to match. I think.
Are we going to have any money left over
I mean,
from this
you know, the
budget year?
trouble is the
Um,
conditions of the road
Well, right now,
have-
we are on the freeze and the department heads,
Go for it.
they have
Yeah,
been holding off on their
they're gonna
spending.
suffer
So
for it
it
because
really is going to depend on, as you heard
you're
from the fire
responsible,
chief,
You can't do it.
on the gopher reimbursements, which they keep changing guidance every, it's changed 3 times now, and the latest change was kind of a surprise by me because we were told a few weeks ago that the straight time for our police and firefighters was going to be eligible reimbursement. And then a different guidance came out saying that, well, we would have to prove that 100% of their time was directly related to being reassigned for a COVID-19 purpose. And now NHMA has put together a letter that they've asked all the towns to submit when we put in for our reimbursement, and we'll see what happens. We just submitted today. How much money did you submit, Karen?
Like 147.
She put together well over $200,000 of payroll costs, and
Oh,
we'd be
400,000.
400,000.
But
and
we only had like 147 left.
So we're hoping that request will net the town $147,000 of reimbursement.
So anything we save, we can offset next year.
Yeah. So we can do our best
I don't think so.
to forecast what we think the surplus will be for the year, if you have one. And you could use that as
If the voters agree.
as a funding source to help reduce the budget. It's a double-edged sword because if you have this one-time funding source to help reduce the 2021 tax rate, and you don't have that funding source the next year, you're going to find yourself now sort of in the same position and trying to make up that revenue source.
Now, the one-time block grant that we got from the state, have we used all of that?
We've used all our paving money. Yes. There's one line item in our budget where we do miscellaneous repairs, and that's $25,000. And I don't think we've touched that really. But all of our paving, we spent.
The other night, I thought over,
So that's, my greatest concern with revenues is going to be the rooms and meals. And the highway block grant.
Seems to be a lot of transportation items going up north this year. Everybody should go in New Hampshire. The state's full of cars going in and out. Everybody should go, so. I'm
Yeah,
not
but that's
just-
been recent. Remember,
But I'll tell you
remember
what,
traveling a while ago?
Gas, a
Gas
lot of
went
hotel
down.
areas
So
in
you,
my travels.
Yeah,
what's that?
There isn't the hotels.
don't
Yeah.
hit
There's
it.
a car in the parking lot.
No, there
Most
isn't.
of
No,
No.
there isn't.
Seriously,
So
I
that's a
mean,
lot of lodging.
I
tax
go
money.
all over Vermont, up the Canadian border, or out to New York. I mean,
No, there's nothing. And
nobody
then the gas pricing has been
reflects it.
Been down quite a bit.
down, and I can remember March, April, May, when you went down the highway, there were no cars on the road, and people are still working from home.
Mhm.
Yep.
A lot of people in my neighborhood have not gone back to work. In fact, they're not scheduled to go back to work until after the first of the year.
I think there's going to be, there's some really long-term ramifications to this whole thing, which is, I think, could benefit us here in New Hampshire because people are moving out of the cities and moving north from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, because they don't have to be in the city anymore. They can work from anywhere. And people are finding this out. And that's why our real estate market
So
is so hot. Not just residential, but also commercial is so hot. But yeah, we're going to have some issues here with revenue.
Industrial wise, I think it's hot. Retail, commercial is slow. A lot of vacancies.
Office space, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
And the retail space is very vacant now.
Yep. I
Okay.
agree. It's
Housing market
scary
is
to drive
strong.
around and look at it all because it's
Housing market is gonna go good, and I feel it's gonna come back. It's gonna crash again. It always does.
doubted.
Okay.
Not the way.
Not for
New
another year or
Hampshire- like Richard just said, New Hampshire's going to be a gold mine for housing.
It's amazing if you're on Brown Ave in the morning,
No traffic.
you see like 30 or 40 or 50 identical vans with the,
Big smile.
Yeah.
yes. And it's amazing
I
to me.
know.
Yeah. And they're gonna get electric.
People aren't going
vans.
shopping anymore. They can pick up their phone and
Yeah.
do it.
Yep.
They're not going to go walking around.
And they're doing grocery delivery now too, so that's really going to help.
Everything.
The-
It's a
I-
total different world.
I understand Amazon is taking over now, like JCPenney's
Mhm.
for fulfillment centers, in malls.
Yep.
And why not? It's,
Well, look at that proposal in Hudson at the golf course down there.
Yeah.
800 doors in one facility. 800. I couldn't believe it when I read it. I
More.
hear people in Hudson fighting it, but doesn't mean it'll.
it's like a revolution, a retail revolution is happening right now.
Yep.
And I equate it the same way when Sears Roebuck came around to the rural community.
Mhm.
Sears Roebuck, and then there was the UPS. Jack Algio told me that
Montgomery
with
Woods.
UPS and the internet, he could have his place anywhere in the world. And you can, and that was 30 years ago.
It's covered.
Well,
It's no reason, there's no wonder that Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world, whatever. I just went home tonight and knocked off 5 orders real quick. I'm too tight. I would have never done that in the past. But with Amazon, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that. There you go. It's done in a matter of minutes.
It's true.
It's true.
It's scary.
It was-
Every time I open the door, there's a package of.
So next, we have the
Taking my
preliminary
wife's
tax
computer
cap
away.
calculation. Mr. Brown.
all right. So
Good news.
So again, this is preliminary. We, until we get some of our revenues, really good handle on what revenue estimates will be. But right now, the way the budget looks, with the budget that we've been reviewing, we just the operating budget is exceeding the tax cap by $143,000.
It's over the tax cap by 143.
Over the tax cap by $143,000. That number could get larger as we reduce revenues. And that's why I wanted to point that out. So if I reduced revenues by another 100,000, that's an extreme, but I mean, I don't know, then your tax cap would go to 243. So
What
every
per-
time we reduce $1 in revenues, it will directly increase the amount of the overage of the tax cap.
What percentage is that? How much we're over? What percentage of the total budget is that?
I'll have to calculate that out for you. I'm not sure.
Talking like 5% or 2% or something?
Well, it's $7 million budget. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a.
7.5 million. So it'd be
Well, 1 million would be
6%.
14%. So 100,000 would be 1.4%. So 2% probably.
I think so. Yeah.
So a lazy person would go back to all department heads, say knock off 2%.
logically that would make sense.
But going back to, I mean, that's one way of approaching it.
Yeah.
The other way is a more equitable. Some of them might be able to do it, and some of them
Well,
might not.
that's, yeah.
And then the other part we have is if health insurance. if
Oh,
they
yeah,
go-
so you have.
They go up, if they go up 3 to 5%, that's going to be a huge impact too. And they could, I mean, there's two different theories out there. So many people didn't use the doctor's office because of COVID. Are we going to, the health industry is looking at, are they going to have a huge influx of care needed? Because people held off on procedures and visits.
Contrary to that,
Yep.
is that some insurance companies have had a windfall
Mhm.
and they're lowering rates, believe it or not, because of they've certainly in property and casualty, you've seen that with car insurance rates have come down like 15, 20%. People are getting rebates. I don't know what the health insurance, but people haven't been going to the emergency room. That's happened. So, health insurance might not be such a bad thing. I mean, in fact, that might bail us out.
Well, the article I was reading, they're anticipating, I think it was 3.2 to 5.4% increase.
Increase.
But it's just, once again, the articles was two different theories. So overall they blended them together and that was their anticipated. But once again, it was one article.
I'd like to see that analysis because, well, health insurance is such a
2.92%.
pseudo economic thing anyway, because in many cases, health insurance has nothing to do with the charges. There's government involvement and all sorts of things. So,
Do you know historically what the increases have been? I thought we got hit hard last year.
Do you have anything on that, Karen?
No, I mean, we have the tax cap calculation where after we get all of our numbers, you can,
You were looking at
but you can.
tax cap or health insurance?
No, health insurance. What
Oh,
was
just
the
health
increase last
insurance?
year?
Oh,
It's
health
been-
insurance.
it's been
went up
8.
quite-
It's been 8 to 12 and sometimes
Yeah,
as much as
yeah,
15%.
sorry,
Yeah.
Percent.
Oh,
I remember last year, I thought it was
Oh, I
really
find that.
large when we finally got it.
I think we got.
I think it was a couple years ago because
We got, remember one year, not too long ago, it was a 15, 18%.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And then we switched.
to health trust.
We switched from that company
To a different one.
to the health trust.
can we give the hydrants back?
Yeah, I know. That'd be nice, huh? Get $500,000 quick.
Yeah. In your back of your minds, you need to understand just the operating budget right now looks like we're somewhere around 143,000 over the tax cap. And that's before you start adding any special warrant articles where we would be looking for additional funds to raise. So it's going to be a difficult year. The budget committee are the ones that are required to put together a budget to meet the tax cap. So, and I understand, I think we all need to work together and not put all that responsibility in the budget committee. But with that being said, the budget committee, it's going to be difficult for them to be able to make recommendations on the special warrant articles. If you're able to get your operating budget to meet the tax cap, then it's tough to support all the other warrant articles.
Yeah, anything that raises an appropriate.
So warrant articles don't,
They're part of the calculation. So,
okay.
If you raise and appropriate it, it's part of
so if I have a warrant article, it says, and to raise and appropriate $10,000 to, put up a flagpole, then that 143 now just increased to 153. The tax cap at 143 over just went to 153 over. Yeah. If I have a warrant article that's offset 100% by a grant or some revenue source, there's no tax impact.
So
Is the
right
tax
now,
cap based on the previous year's budget?
It's the previous year's budget,
That's what I thought.
and you back out your revenues, add some credits back in and out.
Right.
But basically, when you get your tax bill, the selectmen get the tax bill, they say, hey, you got to raise, for example, $4,906,000. That's the net amount that you raise. That's all your warrant articles, everything. You can't exceed that by more than 175,000 in the next year. And that's why I'm saying it's hard to sit here today until I have the tax rate set to really tell you where. But I've gone over these numbers a few times and I think I'm close. I just don't know the state revenues.
You won't know until we get the insurance.
No. And then, well, yeah.
It's a
then
guess right now.
Then
Really
things
is.
change. Yeah.
So if we had something come in, some huge thing that increased the assessed valuation of the town by $10 million, would that have an impact on the tax
Not on the
cap?
tax cap.
nope.
So even though we had that, it really wouldn't.
The tax cap is really right on the expenditure side.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the rate. The rate is more with your assessed value. The cap is directly net amount of taxes raised last year versus this year. So if you ended up having a large revenue source, it helps you. Just say interest rates on our investment went from what we are now, which is less than 0.5%, up to 10%. That could help.
Yeah.
Any new revenue source could help, but not tax valuation.
Building permit fees, all this stuff, impact
That's
fees,
crazy.
it's all.
Yeah. Well, it's it's
Frank knew what he was doing when he put that out there. The people ate that up, not realizing what they were doing to the fiscal part of the.
I remember him doing that.
Percentage would have been better. Percentage, in my opinion, would have been better. Because as it goes up,
but it's still
Yeah.
the problem with a tax cap is it does what it's supposed to do. It keeps spending down.
It does.
But the problem with it is it doesn't allow the flexibility to really be able to deal with every year things are different. And even the budget committee has expressed sometimes, they don't have that flexibility.
Yep.
But
Well, the time.
it does what
changes
it's supposed to do, and it keeps expenditures
Okay.
at bay.
Well, let's get something to think about,
so you have the preliminary default budget calculation next.
Hmm.
We beat this one to death.
I think you can't get any better than this one.
Hmm.
Next.
All right. You know what? I didn't put a link to that, so we can go over that one. And you don't have the printout for it.
Yeah, so why don't we?
So we'll
push
go over
to
that
next
one.
week?
The next
going
meeting.
after.
And if you gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to move something up in the agenda here. We've had a gentleman who's been waiting on the line
Oh, that's right.
since we started. So if you don't mind, we're going to jump over and go to the food cart, Mel's Funway Park next. And due to my daughter's employment with Mel's Funway LLC, I'm going to abstain from any of the discussion and or vote with it. And if Vice Chairman Larry and Town Administrator Brown could lead this discussion, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I
And I
will
believe
be
you also.
abstaining myself.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and introduce it. Received an email from EJ Dean. He operated the food cart this summer down there at Mel's Funway Park. And as you know, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Mel's was not able to open the restaurant. They didn't have any food vendors on site. They had to cancel all the corporate events, which is in that tent area. So even though they were going to be operating on a sort of a limited basis, they still wanted to have the ability to have food. And the best solution was to have a food cart in the area where the corporate tents used to be, the corporate area. So it came to the board as a request that although their site plan didn't actually indicate that they could have a food cart in that area, that would we waive the enforcement of the site plan? And the board said, hey, due to COVID-19, yes, we'll do that. It's going to be for a limited time. A lot of towns and cities are making special exceptions.
They're doing it.
And we didn't in any way change the site plan or anything. We just chose that we would not enforce a site plan violation for this particular purpose. So we granted a waiver and allowed the food cart to operate there until September the 10th with certain hours. Now we have the same vendor coming forward, and he's asked if we would grant another waiver and allow him to move his food cart kind of in a different location to be able to serve food during the Spooky World event. And I believe that the situation's a little bit different now, where it's my understanding that the site plan specifically for Spooky World has a designated area for food carts.
They have a place out there for vendors.
Yeah. So I don't know if we want Mr. Dean to be able to speak to this, kind of explain what his request is and the background why. Are you?
I think it's wise.
Is that Mr.?
Are you, Bob?
Yes, that's me. I think it would be wise to let him speak to it. And what's the difference between the plan and what he's proposing?
Mr. Dean?
Would you like me to speak or?
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Dean?
Yes.
Very good. Yes, please do.
Sorry. Thank you. And thanks for the time tonight. So part of the confusion for us in this and coordinating with Mel, in 2018 and previously, we had a food booth out front in the hayride area. Last year, because of staffing needs from our side in 2019, we didn't put a food booth out front. So when Mel went to do their site plan review for this year with COVID, it got overlooked both by us and them in the conversation of the food booth that would be going out, that would normally have been out front. The challenge obviously with COVID and the queuing space that's now required, where the food booth currently sits, it would sit about, the former booth would sit about 40 feet closer to the hayride, but with the queuing, it would look to move about 100 feet further out to allow for the social distancing. So the reason why we're asking for the extension of the additional 18 operating days of Spooky World is because of our oversight with the COVID. Not that we're asking directly to do something that hasn't been there in the past, but it hadn't been there in 2019. So it got missed in putting it on the full agenda to get permitted for this year.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You stated that if I recall, the food cart there was one out front before. Correct?
Correct.
2018 and prior?
Yes.
And the location of that was always, let's say, against the the putting range, correct?
The location was always in the corporate tent area, but it was closer to the tree line near where the hayride entrance would have been.
Right,
But
I
that
remember
is
seeing
now
it there.
where a lot of the queue line is going to be.
Okay. And because of the corporate, it was forgot to be placed on the plan. But if it was on the plan, it would have to be relocated because of COVID-19 to get more space.
Correct.
That's my understanding of this. So it had been one there before.
Regardless, it wouldn't have been able to stay there, correct?
Correct. So this is a 1-year type fluke with the COVID-19. I have heard it both. I've heard it both ways. We've had it there before. It's not on the site plan because it was just overlooked with all the stuff going on now. I know in the past, there's always been one in that general area where he's talking.
What's the situation with the planning board?
Well, as you might be aware, this Mel's has gone through almost a solid 2 years of site plan reviews by the planning board. They've recently just had a compliance hearing, as I understand. So, I think it's just an unfortunate situation that for whatever reason, this particular area was forgot to be put on the site plan. And going back about 2 years ago, from what I understand, Spooky World got to a point where the planning board actually demanded the site plan of existing conditions be put together and presented to them. And they asked to have everything put on that plan. So for whatever reason, I don't think this food cart was put on the plan.
I don't want to step on the planning board's function. And I feel that if we did anything other than kick it back to the planning board, we're stepping on their function.
I think the planning board meets tomorrow night and Mr. Dean could go and talk to them and kind of get their input to see if they have any concerns over this and they could, I don't know if they have the authority. I don't think they're going to get into a formal amendment of the site plan because there's a whole legal notification process that's involved in that, abutter notifications and legal notices. But I guess if he could have a conversation with the planning board to see what their concerns were or not, then based on the feedback we received from planning board, I guess we could act on this next Monday night the same way we did early this summer, and just choose not to enforce a potential site plan violation.
For me personally, I would like to get the planning board involved and at least from our standpoint to get their at least verbal approval of what they feel is the right thing to do. I don't know that necessarily they have to go through all the steps, but I definitely want to. They have a function here, and it seems to me that if we take something, we're abrogating their authority, and I'd like to see us do that.
Okay, so what do we recommend that the planning board address it tomorrow night and come back to us next Monday with their answer? if, other than that, I don't think we have any complaints about it. I'm in favor of letting them do it. But I agree with Mr. LaSalle's that we need to let the planning board have their approval of this. I think that's very important. And they meet tomorrow night, so it's not a long waiting period.
And this food cart's only gonna be there to the duration of this year. Am I correct?
Say again, Kevin?
Yeah.
It's just for the duration of this year.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it. We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle and a second by Mr. Leary. All those in favor? Mr. LaSalle?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
I, with hesitation, I do know that the board can make certain decisions.
I am also an aye. So the motion carries 3-0-0.
Okay, Mr. Dean, I will communicate, I will communicate with the planning board staff and chairman tomorrow. Their agenda's all set, but I'm sure that they will try to accommodate your discussion with you.
He could be added to other business. And
Thank you kindly, and thank you all for taking the time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leary. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You guys talked about this already today. You did.
The next is,
Him, Mr. Dean, but I didn't talk to planning board.
next item is draft warrant articles. Mr. Brown.
We may, just for time, I mean, we
You
may
wanna
want
put- yeah.
to wait until next Monday night to
Definitely.
to go over
Sake of
those.
time, let's do that.
I will, I printed some copies out for you, so take
I
them
have
home
them
and take a little look at them and.
I ran out of toilet paper. I can use it.
Kevin, you can drop one on my door if you have time tomorrow, please.
I will bring it to you, okay? I'll
Okay.
wear a hazmat suit when I go.
The next item is the travel policy. Mr. Brown.
All right. So we've started having some conversations with our emergency management team, all the department heads, over some employees asking about what the town's position would be on travel for personal reasons. I've worked with our legal counsel and used some information from the New Hampshire Department of Health and Services, general guidance. And the policy you have before you, which has been reviewed by legal counsel now 3 times, is a policy that you'll pretty much find a lot of communities are using. It's almost the same template. But it basically sets out policy and gives guidance to our employees that travel within the New England states. We discourage any use of public transportation. We don't want you using cruise ships. And any other type of public or private transportation like airplanes and trains and stuff like that. But so we're saying that if you leave the New England states, then you can't return back to work until you either need to quarantine for 14 days or you need to be tested and show proof that you have a negative test result. If you actually test positive, then you have to wait 10 days from that test that you have a negative test or that you don't have any further symptoms of the COVID-19. So in addition to typically the 14 days, you might be looking at, it's possible you could be looking at another 10. If someone is required to quarantine either by the federal government, state, or local, then they are eligible for 2 weeks paid time through the expanded leave acts that have been put in place. policy would also require employees to notify their supervisor before they were to travel outside the New England states. So if you're going to travel to Florida, you're going to notify your supervisor before you can return back to work. You need to have either quarantine for 14 days or produce a negative test result. So it was nice to hear the conversation this evening that, for certain employees that are, the turnaround time right now is about 24 hours. I mean, I understand the chief was saying first responders and medical people, but I understand that, college students turn around right now pretty quick. So if someone were to travel outside, they should be able to be tested and be able to show us they have no, that they tested negative and they come right back to work. I can tell you right now that this policy, the guidance will change, and this policy will be in effect until December 31st, and it may come back to you if the guidance changes. We'll be notified and we'll bring it back to you for revision.
Be revised in December of 31st.
This would be in place for December 31st, 2020. My guess is that it probably will be extended at that point in time. I'd have to bring it back to the board. And my guess is that there may be revised guidance between now and December 30th.
The good part is from now into December. What's that?
It's all ending on election.
The other good part is we have it, quarantine or to the CDC recommended guidelines, and that changes daily, weekly. So the good part is we don't have to keep going back to it by putting that clause in there.
This is our de facto policy anyway,
all
right
it is.
now. This is what we're operating under,
We're
right?
we didn't have it in writing, but we're kind of following guidance, from the best we
CDC.
can. But it got prompted by, I think a couple of department heads were asked by employees saying, hey, I'm thinking about this. What's the town's policy? And we couldn't answer it. Of course, once the employees started to investigate, staying at hotels and flying here and there, they decided, oh, forget it, we're not traveling. So it kind of went away, but we wanted to have something in place just in case someone does want to travel. And you have to understand, this is not just pleasure. So there are people who, for personal reasons, family issues and needs, they may, without notice, have to fly outside of New England.
Fly or just drive somewhere.
Drive somewhere,
I have a niece who's a traveling nurse right now.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in Florida. She's working with this is her third trip doing this. She signs up, she goes, and her nursing is to deal with this COVID-19.
I think this is a good idea.
And
I do too.
she gets tested and she's comes back clean, but still.
So do we want to take a few days to review it? And
I think there's time. If you want to take time to
Monday.
review it, the next Monday night, you can
Monday
pass
night we
it.
can address it.
Yep.
I have a question on that, Troy.
Yeah.
If somebody decides to go on a flight or a cruise or whatever, strictly personal, whatever, and they come back and they are quarantined for 14 days, is the town responsible for paying them during this time?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was the one thing that I was struggling with, and I've gone back and forth with our attorney. But there is, what do they call it? The federal First Family Corona CARES Act, First Family CARES Act. And it requires employers to provide two weeks of paid leave.
But only 2 weeks. So if they
yeah.
came back and had to quarantine and we paid them for the 2 weeks, and then they happen to come down with it or something else, we don't have to pay them again.
Now, what happens if they go on a trip? They come back for 2 weeks. They're quarantined. They go back to work for a week, and then they're on another trip.
We don't have to pay them again.
But you
So
wouldn't
it's a
be able to pay
one-time
them.
deal?
So it's like family medical leave.
Yeah,
You're only
so it's
eligible
once.
for this 2 weeks
Okay.
paid leave once.
So it's only once, which is
Yeah,
good.
so up to 80
Where are you
hours.
going?
I could see somebody doing that.
So it's
Where
only
are you
up to
going?
80 hours.
I'm making sure others weren't going to go there.
And I think now with the availability of the testing,
It's getting
turnaround
better.
so quick,
Yeah.
I don't see people out 14 days.
I've been told that by the end of the year, we're supposed to have a vaccine for it.
After that, right after elections.
Okay, the next item we have is the Old Town Hall paint bids. Mr. Brown.
All right. So the next two things, I'll just disclose this right up front. I want you all to be aware. I put together, worked on bid specs for painting the Old Town Hall. And I also worked with the road agent on getting plow contracts or a bid for the parking lot and the sidewalk. But we had another issue come up with in our rec department when they're putting together RFP for mowing services. And something that was a mistake I made, I overlooked in our purchasing policy. We require that all requests for proposals that exceed $12,000 be published in a newspaper for at least 14 days.
Which newspaper?
So,
That's the problem now.
the paint bid, I was able to advertise in the Telegraph, but it was not in for full 14 days. With that being said, we didn't receive any responses to
Either,
to the
correct?
request. The plow bids where we went, we advertised on our website, we posted on social media, and we also knew of two contractors in town that do this type of work, and we made them aware that we were looking for proposals. And we did receive proposals back, and they're in sealed envelopes with the chairman. But if the board is wants to have the plow bids re-advertised in a newspaper for 14 days, I don't want to open those bids up. You have the ability to waive that provision for the plow bids. And the paint bids, we didn't get any bidders. So at this point in time, we can go and advertise this again, try to reach out directly to contractors and make, or the board could authorize me to go directly to contractors and see if I can make contact with at least 3 contractors to put together proposals.
Maybe we have now.
For the paint, we got 0.
I got nothing. So
And for the plow, we got 2.
That should be sufficient.
the plow is, so it's more like, what do you want to do with the painting of the Old Town Hall?
Do we want to put that back out for another 14-day period? Or do we want to waive the policy and
Kind of
have?
late in the year to start
Yeah.
advertising.
It is.
again.
It is.
I think I'd wait till next
It
spring.
is late.
And you'll get contractors who are starting up.
Yeah. So I think what we can, what I'd like to do is if we could put this out to bid and change the wording a little bit, saying that, this work should start, well, I mean, if they think they can do the work this year and we are willing to allow them to do it, depending on weather, we could do that. Or we could just have the contract so that it starts up in the spring.
Mr. Leary, you're our subject expert on painting.
Answer my question. Go ahead.
Can we, if we can get somebody, is it still feasible to get it done this year? Secondly, in the condition the building's in right now, how bad does it hurt if we postponed it till next spring?
The first question, Mother Nature holds the answer to that. There have been years where I painted right until the day before Christmas. And there are other years I've painted the exterior in October due to snow and whatever else. So, I mean, that's strictly up to Mother Nature. The building, it's got some wear and tear on it, particularly the north side and the side that faces the river, the west side. The other two sides, not too bad. I actually had thought about if things didn't work out, that I would go up there on my own and just start scraping and priming, because I think we probably need to seal up some of those areas before winter. to prevent further damage, because further damage just means more money. Not surprising that you didn't get a lot of bites, because it's a pretty specific type of painting that's got to be done with the lead and all that, and the historical nature of the building. I'm really not surprised. We made the specs pretty easy, as far as if somebody was qualified to do it, it's a fairly easy bid for them to be able to do. That being said, there's not a lot of people that will take on this type of work.
Is it because of the nature of the building, Bob? The lead?
Yeah, it's a building. I mean, it's got lead and, you know, most of the lead is the trim, I believe. A lot of the siding's been replaced, but the shutters are old, the windows are old, there's massive glazing that needs to be done on the windows, shutters are gonna need repairs.
Okay.
So, I mean, it really cuts down the pool of people that can do this type of work.
There's not too many people you know out there, sir? No, handle this. I know you could, but I'm just asking.
The one guy that I know of, and I don't know that he'll put it in because he's homeschooling his kids right now.
Okay.
He lives in Elford.
Yep.
But, like I said, he's homeschooling his kids, and he has no intention on sending them to school at any time because of COVID-19. He's got a compromised son. So, that's about the only guy I know.
I have to agree with Bob on that, because I've been trying to get estimates to do some paintings around. I can get a fly by night, I'll call it. Okay, I just say that in that way, but you need somebody to do the repairs too, and not too many are out there right now.
So really the best thing to do is maybe try
Get some Band-Aid work for the
to
winter.
do some, two things. Try to find contractors that specialize in this area through whatever networking and approaching them to see if they'd put together a proposal. But also at the same time, seeing if we can get the areas that need to be addressed before winter taken care of. And like you said, if it all depends on the availability of a contractor and the weather.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know if advertising in the newspaper is going to do any more good for us other than just trying to find.
That's all.
I think it's gonna be a
Don't
word
even
of
buy the
mouth.
paper anymore.
No,
You
I
know,
mean, what? One of them comes out
Union
Sundays only.
leaders sending it out as an advertisement.
And it's not just, and Rich, you may want to hear this too. Statute says we have to advertise it in a local newspaper.
But that's our
Okay.
local.
That's our own.
That's our own
That's us.
policy.
No, but the other towns, that's what the zoning or whatever the
Oh,
case
yeah,
may
yeah.
be.
Oh, no,
okay?
statutes,
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So, and every town has got a web page. Maybe that's what has to be done.
Yeah.
Be advertising
The
on
law
the
has to be
webpage
changed on
through a
it.
statute and state law change, Rich.
What if we were
Okay.
to do a mailing to specific contractors and, like painting contractors specifically?
Yeah.
With a copy of our specs.
That's what I'm thinking, is that we just try to,
Best way to go.
we try to research it and try to reach out to.
Easy enough, punch it into the computer and the internet.
Yeah.
Come up with a bunch of them.
Just put it out there, see who comes at it.
Yeah, just have pointed RFQs.
That might be harder than you think, though,
Yeah, I
because
know.
Well, I think
this is a pretty specialized job.
We'd have to use, you know.
We have to
Bob's
give
knowledge.
access to this to see if we can handle
He
it.
knows people are where to go to find them.
So it's all up to you, Robert.
What do you mean?
I was kidding.
What do you think we should do?
Don't panic, Bobby.
Hey, Bob, I know a great place to work where no one will be around to bother you. It'll be a safe environment.
I'll come down up. Put the ladders up.
Now, how was this a warrant article or what?
Yeah, it was a Warren article.
So if we don't spend it this year,
Does it go away?
We can do what we did to the Health and Human Services,
Extend it on to the following year.
what, 2
Yeah.
years ago?
Yep.
I think it's not a non-lapsing article. It's not a non-lapsing, so
Have to go back out.
Really, what we need to do is make sure we have a contract in place before the end of the year so we can encumber.
Due to weather, we can't paint in the winter.
I mean, you can have a contract in place that, with the spring startup, but I mean, at least get a contract. And then maybe we'll find, we think this was a good estimate, but who knows?
So, all right, so I think we pretty much know how we're gonna move forward on the
Painting.
painting. What do we want to do about the plow?
Can I have access to it?
Which one?
Which one?
Plow.
Plow bids? Shared?
What are you talking about?
Should. Just saying you don't have access?
Yeah, needs access. I don't have it.
Does request access.
You get it, Jack?
Hold on.
Well, I'm just bringing it up, guys.
Is there anything even on that tab?
I do know. In your town report, the TA report,
Yeah.
you have
Trees and stuff?
you got trees, parking lot sealant, hydrant flushing, and some other stuff.
A lot of that's in the correspondence.
Okay. Okay, but it doesn't have anything about the quotes on this one.
No,
No, they're
those have the
sealed.
Sealed bids right here. So we have to decide, do we want to
I'm
waive the
sorry.
14-day? Because we didn't do 14 days. Do we want Troy to go back out and advertise for the 14 days? And if we waive it, we can open those bids today. If not, we'll have to hold those bids, wait for the 14-day duration, see if any other bids come in. And then we can open it.
I read that bid package today that you had sent out. Just from my own curiosity, you had included streets to the schools.
The sidewalk?
The sidewalk, that's not the street, or
No, that's the sidewalk. It
just
was-
the sidewalks?
yeah.
In front of the
those
school.
sidewalks done by the person that does a bike path now?
At the school?
Yeah, he's always done it all the way down.
Oh, yeah. So,
And to the
so,
school.
so what I've done is it's kind of, this has been going on with the board for a few years now of putting the sidewalks out to bid. And last year we did it late in the year where we did this parking lot. And so we agreed that we would, we sole sourced it last year for the parking lot. We agreed we would put it out for a competitive.
This year.
For
Well,
this year.
bike path is out on the bid too.
Yeah, so you can bid. I was kind of hoping that we could get a contractor to say, yeah, I'll do your parking lots, which is the parking lots being the town office, police, and fire, and also plow Liberty Way. And we threw in there that they would shovel the walkways and everything. And also that they would do the bike path. So people could bid on it. They could just do the parking lots, or they could just do the bike path, or they could do both. And I don't know what the pricing is, and
So I'm looking at here. You have Campbell, the middle school, and Griffin. There's option
for the
two.
sidewalks.
Yeah, the two. Right.
Albuquerque, Pinecrest, Maryland, Charles Bank for bike path sidewalks. He was just saying where the sidewalks were.
Yeah, so we're saying Campbell High School from it was a priority for 1 hour prior to the school openings and closing and early releases. So a section of the Albuquerque Avenue sidewalk from Woodhawk to Talent, we're saying we want that always cleaned to the best of your ability 1 hour before the school opens and 1 hour before it closes, and early releases, the best we can do. And the same with the middle school and the Griffin Memorial School sidewalks.
So the question is, you put it in the newspaper, you were short a couple days. and
So
you
this one
wanted to waive
never,
it.
so this one never did get placed in a newspaper. It was just advertised on our website. We put it out there on Facebook, and we did, out of common courtesy, went to the two contractors that provide this service to us currently, and gave them
Yeah.
a copy of the bid specs.
Okay.
And both contractors have responded. So, if we, and I believe these are the two contractors that we're probably going to do business with, and my
Okay.
guess.
So in other words, you're looking to us to waive the 14 days.
Yeah, and what I would suggest is that if you agree to waive it, then we could open those bids up. I'm sure they're going to be, they're not going to be straightforward. There may be this option, and you allow the road agent to go through it and meet with the two contractors and come back with a recommendation.
Okay. I make a motion, we waive it.
With a motion by Mr. Lynch,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Leary. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Leary,
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch,
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero? Aye. I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. So the first one we have is from Dalmatian Landscaping. It was received on September 11th at 2:42 PM.
Who's got a cat?
Bob.
Feed him, Bobby.
So it's to the town of Litchfield, 2 Liberty Way, Litchfield, New Hampshire. There's a estimate number 10165, and they are bidding on proposal option 2, which is snow blowing of the Albuquerque Ave bike path, Pinecrest Drive as stated in the RFP. McClellan CBH sidewalk. Snow blowing will start at the end of a storm or when contacted by a road agent. A 3-hour notice is needed for a school being in session, early release, or late starts. In order to get high priority school zones clear 1 hour before school opens and closes. If snow is still accumulating or road plows cover areas, said areas, Dalmatian Landscaping will not be penalized if these areas are covered again. Dalmatian Landscaping will make 2 passes on each sidewalk bike path to open as much of the walking area as possible and will make every effort to go edge to edge. Dalmatian Landscaping will make every effort to scrape down to the pavement any hard-packed and or snow buildup from plows before, during, or after storms. This may result in a packed snow needing salt applied by the town to loosen. Dalmatian Landscaping will open up each intersection to allow passage on bike path and sidewalks, and or will work with the road agent. Any additional snow removal with loaders and or buckets will be priced outside this contract. This proposal covers 7 months of having skid steer with snow blower on call from work from October 1st to April 30th for each year of the contract. Payments will be made in 5 equal installments due to the first of each month from April through December. And the 3 different payments are $13,170, $13,320, and $13,470.
So that's a total of what?
So he's saying
basically
$10,165 a year. That's what he did, right?
What was the number again, Troy?
I think I heard $10,165.
There's 13.
There's 3 payments,
13.
and
Yep.
the first payment is $13,170. The second payment is $13,320.
Two different 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. So they're going for a 3-year contract. So the first year is $13,170. The next year would be $13,320, and the next year will be $13,470.
Which is wiser.
Then each one of the 470, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
No, that's just the bike path?
that is just for the paths.
So that's the entire end of Albuquerque end to end.
And it's also the bike the paths when you go down in front of the McElwain.
You read the estimate.
And you got the one on Underwood, and you got where's the other one? There's one more,
Down in front of the Griffin Memorial.
Griffin.
So it's all based on option 2 of the RFP we put out.
Okay.
The next is a snow plowing proposal received September 14th at 10:45 a.m. It's a thick one. We may not be reading all this. What's all this part of it? All right, that's just the RFP itself. This is from Dalton Farm at 287 Charles Bancroft Highway, Litchfield, New Hampshire. This is for option 3. And based on the RFP, option 3 is the combination of 1 and 2. So they're looking for the whole entire contract. It states snow removal for the 2020 through 2023 snow plowing season in accordance with the specifications and other bid requirements heretofore provided. The undersigned agrees to perform the services stated in said specifications at the price set forth below. The bid can be subject to change if other specifications are made by the town of Litchfield. Option 3, scope of work, town office, police station, fire station, parking lot, walkways, and Liberty Way for years 1 through 3. This is weird how they wrote it. So for that portion of it, years 1 through 3 would be $34,500. Option 3, scope of work, Albuquerque, Pinecrest, McClellan, CBH bike paths and sidewalk, 1 through 3, $12,500. In addition to option 3, the library, old fire station, town hall, $8,000 a year. Price does not include any shoveling. Prices increased due to the change of specs of additional shoveling and additional salt/sand of walkways and roadway of Liberty Way. If walkway shoveling is removed from the bid proposal, the price will be reduced by $8,000 and will remain the same for 3 years. Additional services upon request, loader, $150 per hour.
So his total for the whole thing is what per year?
So his total just for plowing of the town office, police station, fire station, parking lots, walkways, and Liberty Way is $34,500
Per year.
per year, and no escalation over the 3 years. If he wants to do if it's just the bike paths, it's $12,500. And addition for library and old fire station would be $8,000.
Okay.
So the grand total is 8 and 12 is what, 42?
Well, we never asked for a library, so you'd basically be the 34.5 and the 12.5.
That's 3-year total, right?
That's per year.
Per year.
Okay.
47.
So there's no, they're at $47,000 with the, but if you looked at just the sidewalks, it's 12.5, comparing the two bids that we saw this evening.
What did we spend last year, Troy?
You spent last year, I don't know on the sidewalk. I think the parking lot here was, what was that in the budget? Yeah, so that's right. So I think 8,500 for the sidewalk last year because he didn't meet the minimum.
I think it's the way it's read here. I think he's saying is 1 to 3. It's 34,500 for 3 years.
No.
No, it's per year. There's no
I think it's
escalation.
per year.
If you looked at the last bid, every year they went up by maybe 1%.
I think you have the road agent sit down with him and talk to him and see.
Troy, could you
If
scan those in
anything.
and send them to everybody so that
Yeah.
we can see the exact RFP?
Thank you.
Flabbergasted by those prices.
I don't. He would. Here you go.
He's an hourly driver. I don't think we exceeded $5,000 a year.
I know. I was looking to see if we can get a
$5,000 a year. You didn't save anything by doing this. This is ridiculous. What do our highway guys plow?
Well, for this place here, they used They did Liberty Way, and we do the shoveling and sanding of all the walks, and we do the
Who plows
library.
no, but I'm saying, why can't our own people plow our facilities? I don't understand
It was
that.
decided last year that because of the reduction in the contractors that we had.
Oh, I
that
understand
they
that,
had
but
they had to cut back, and it would
you
just
had
make,
drivers that were not getting what these drivers get today. I mean, you're looking at what, $51 an hour per guy with our trucks, when we used to pay like 40, 45.
yeah, they
Right. Right? I mean,
I think it's 40.
I figure 10 storms, if it takes them 5 hours a storm, you know, that's a lot cheaper than $34,500.
Yeah.
So
So we
the
pay
choice of making contractors drivers was the right idea. It was just not the right payment.
Yeah. So the drivers, when they're in our trucks, are $45 an hour.
Yeah.
And if they have their own truck, it's $75 an hour.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
34.
But we have a lot of trucks now, even smaller ones. Why are we not trying to do these things ourselves when we have hourly people? What are they plowing if they're not plowing our facilities?
Well, they're out there plowing the streets as well.
Well, that's what the contractors that you've hired, aren't they doing that?
They're out there doing it, but our staff is doing it too.
How many do we have now that drive big trucks, CDLs?
Well, right now Kevin is in the process of getting contracts in place for the upcoming
How
season.
about Josh? Is he CDL now? He
He's
should be
not,
by
no.
now.
No,
He's not?
no,
And we've made him full-time. Yeah, he does not have CDL.
no.
Yeah, so a subject there.
He was supposed to get it, wasn't he?
Interesting.
I thought he was going up to get it.
Yeah, I did too.
Well, yeah, it's kind of that position right now does not have a commercial driver's license. No.
Okay. Well, let's not get into past and future. Let's work on the bids and talk to Kevin. That's my thought right now, and see what we can do. The cost is high. I want to say that.
Well, I think Kevin can go back and, we have the right to reject all the bids. But let Kevin go back and talk to them. He might come back and say, well, we're going to go back to the hourly rate.
And the other
The
side,
guaranteed maximum payment.
the one thing that
What is the guaranteed?
So I know for like the sidewalks, it was, I believe it was $8,500 a year, guaranteed.
Oh,
So you do it on
any
an hourly rate. At the very least, the contractor knows, even if no snow flies, he gets paid $8,500.
And then whatever we paid them, we deducted from that 85.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And gave them a check for the
So if you
difference.
had,
They didn't make it.
there's other things to consider too, like the old town hall, the only thing they do is make the loop around it.
well, we do the old,
Oh, I know.
we do
But
that.
then you come up here and you got that excessive parking area over at the new firehouse. That doesn't need to be done right away. Just the quick areas for them to come in and out. But you do the cleanup like we do all the time. You just go in and go. That's something to be done after the main storm. Maybe our guys can go in and take cleanup. To keep an open area.
I mean, the
just like a
contractor
road.
last year had, a dedicated, I believe it was like a backhoe that was here with a big 30-foot snow pusher.
I know.
It was here and dedicated specifically for this.
What's the
Complex.
guaranteed minimum for a plow driver with their own truck?
8,500.
So basically 85 for sidewalks, 85 for.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what.
Equipment.
Yeah.
Well, I recommend
That's
we have
never
Kevin
been
look at the
increased
prices.
Look
over
at
the
it.
last
You don't know.
15
You know,
years. Or 20 years maybe.
everyone
That was
thought you could do it cheaper.
rolling.
So
What's our status of Kevin having contracts for the winter?
he's working on those right now. He's got I haven't seen them, but he's been out there talking to the contractors and has either signed contracts or he's got verbal commitments. He was the last conversation I had with him, he was
Optimistic.
he'd been in touch with everyone, and everyone was very positive and said they were coming back. So
That's what I heard too.
It may behoove us to have Kevin come in at the next, I mean, we're piling a lot of stuff on this next meeting, but come in and talk about this issue as well as getting a warm and fuzzy feeling that we're all set for the winter.
Mhm.
My conversation with Ryan Lane was that he wasn't necessarily guaranteed,
right.
maybe with some good thoughts, some good vibes from the selectmen that'll help with respect to this recreation fiasco. But it may behoove us to have Kevin come in next meeting and just discuss this.
At least the 28th, because we have a reading the 21st and another one the 28th.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I'll talk to him. He's on vacation this week, but he still might be available to come in Monday night.
I think you need to give him copies of this bid that you have. Let him talk to whoever he has to talk to. Give him the opportunity to get it. Get whatever he can get out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Personally, I would never vote for $34,000 with that. Remove snow. Ridiculous.
So the next item we have is the CDBG vote. Mr. Brown.
What? You sure that's illegal?
Oh, yeah. So I'll make this quick for you. This is the
That was a club in New York.
the manufactured home. What is it called? Litchfield Landing on 102. As you know, we agreed that we would apply on behalf of that community for community development block grants to do a planning study to look into their private water system. And that grant application was submitted and it was awarded in the amount of $25,000. Whatever motion I have on record for the meeting that we did this, the state wanted it to actually read a little bit more specific. So I'll read the motion into the record. The town of Litchfield, New Hampshire hereby accepts a feasibility grant from the New Hampshire Community Development Finance Authority in the amount of $25,000. The purpose of the grant will be to perform engineering studies necessary to outline a plan to repair or reconstruct the water distribution system at the Litchfield Landing Cooperative and all related administrative costs. The Board of Selectmen authorizes Troy Brown to execute any and all documents necessary to accept the grant and to execute any contract documents, amendments thereto, and complete the appropriate compliance documents. So what they're looking for is someone that has the authority to sign all the documents that will be required.
I thought we had that on our last motion.
I thought I covered it, but they didn't like it.
So do we have a motion based on the verbiage that Mr. Brown read?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
Yep.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Larry. Any discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Larry?
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero?
Aye.
Mr. Weber is also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. The next item on the agenda is Avatar contract. Mr. Brown.
Okay, we went back to Avatar and asked them to put together a 5-year contract like they have in previous years. Kind of good news here for their proposal is $211,920. It's $25,000 less than the previous one. And the reason being is that they believe that one, there's just not a need to be out in the field as much as they have in previous years. They've been through this town so many times. They visit all the properties. They're very confident in their data. So they'll be doing less site visits. And I agree with them. I think residents really don't like having the assessors driving by their house and taking pictures. And at this point in time, the data that we have is very accurate. So that's the reason for the reduction. So,
I have a question then.
yeah,
Yes, you have the Avatar contract, and
Yeah.
you got K.
yeah,
I don't understand why that's there then. It's the same thing, isn't it?
5-year Avatar. The cut
The
and paste.
Melanson?
It's a cut and paste,
Oh, it's one of them?
one of those things.
Okay, sorry.
But I will tell you that we'll talk about it next Monday night. That the funding for this, we typically, the old way that the contract was that they would bill us, they would be doing like quarterly visits of the property. So they would be billing us about $50,000 a year.
Hmm.
Our bill will be reduced down to, what was it, $23,000. But at the end of this cycle, we'll need to come up with $95,000 to do that 1-year update. So I will be proposing that we consider establishing a capital reserve fund to start putting some money away for every 5 years when that time comes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would recommend that you make a motion to approve the 5-year Avatar contract as presented.
Do we talk to anybody else, or is Avatar the only one we ever talked to?
Well, if you remember, I had come to the board and I asked, and if you wanted to put this out to bid, and at the time, the board of selectmen said no. Avatar's, they have our software system, and they've been doing this for so many years. To go back to them and have them put together a proposal, and that was what the board they voted on that.
I think the tax collector recommended
did,
it too,
yes.
didn't
Yep,
she?
she was with us in attendance that evening and recommended it.
Yep. I make that motion.
So we have a motion by Mr. Pinciero to approve the 3-year Melanson audit contract as presented. I don't know, is Avatar? Avatar contract as
Avatar.
protection. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch. Any further discussion?
Tell them to stay away from my house.
Mr. Larry?
No.
Mr. Lynch?
I'm gonna go yep, because they have the information. It costs us more in the future.
Mr. Pinciero?
Yes.
Mr. LaSalle's needed to step out for a moment.
We have to wait.
I say yes.
He'll be back. Took his scooter.
All good things take time.
Does he have a pager on that thing?
Yeah, he's coming. I see him. He's running.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
He's running.
Here he comes. He is running.
He is
I told you he was running.
So, Mr. LaSalle's, we have a motion to approve the 3-year Avatar audit contract as presented.
Hi.
Motion carries 4-1-0. So the next item is
Where's zero?
Who's Melons?
the Melanson contract.
Okay. So the same thing, I had talked to the board about going back to Melanson. They do our financial audits and have been for many, many years. The board was in agreement that we would just go back to them and ask for another 3-year contract.
I agree with this one.
And they, unfortunately, this one did come back. There's a slight increase of $4,500. And you'll see that in 2020, it'd be $25,000, 2021, $26,000, and 2022, $27,000. And it was explained to me that our previous contracts has been below their market price, and they're trying to get us into the price range that we should be paying for a town our size for an audit. So I also just want to point out to you that if you recall when they presented the audit, there's a statement, GASB statement number 75, And that statement is a process where they go through and they calculate the post-employment benefits, which in our case really is the impact that our retirees have on our insurance rates. Because we allow our employees, and I think it's part of the requirement in New Hampshire State Retirement, they're allowed to participate in our health insurance plan throughout retirement. And there's a direct impact that we pay in our premiums because we have retirees on that plan. So Melanson had been doing that calculation for us for maybe the last 2 years that this statement came out, but they no longer do it. Their firm does not do it. And so we were going to have to get a price from another firm that just specializes in doing that GASB statement.
So if I hear you right, we haven't been paying them enough, and then they're not going to do something, and we have to pay something else for.
Yeah. So your contract will go to $25,000 a year, a $4,500 increase, and we are going to need to
Hire somebody else.
hire someone else to do the GASB 75, which I have no idea what that will cost. Just my wild guess is that it's somewhere around $3,500. Could be more.
Why did they start doing this?
It just came out a few years ago, the OPEB.
So it's
Like, I'm like,
they kind of claim that it's just not. They were under contract with us, so they did it at no charge because we've been a customer for years with them. But at this point in time, is their company policy that they're not doing that calculation.
I'm surprised there isn't an application, an app that you could plug in.
There's some options. I mean, there is either the option that the town doesn't do it. So I hear that you can go out and hire someone, that maybe there's a software that we can purchase and we can try to do it ourselves. And then, the town, I think the selectmen can actually choose not to do the GASB statement, which would result in a negative finding in the financial audit. But there are towns who just simply don't do it.
I'm sure there are.
So Karen and I will, investigate what the three options are and what the costs are.
So you want us to recommend them to do the audit, but we still got to deal with the GASB.
So you're going to have to eventually we're going to have to.
Are there auditing firms out there that continue to do this?
Typically, I think the auditing firms are not doing the GASB 75. Yeah.
Why?
The cost is not.
I think it's a
as
different. It's not an
right?
audit. I don't think it's. I don't think it's an audit issue. I think it's more of a.
A GASB change, the accounting.
What was that?
It's the financial accounting for GASB that changes.
It's probably an actuarial type of thing.
Yeah, like New
it's
Hampshire
that
State
type of stuff, yeah.
Retirement did that a few years back.
Okay.
I mean, they do a fantastic job for us.
Well, I don't
Of
think
the
we should be
reports.
making changes for $3,500.
No, they're good. They do an excellent job.
Yeah, they really have.
They
The
do.
reports
They know
I've
our
seen have been
books.
We've had them
fantastic.
forever.
Yeah.
Who wants to speak up?
I'll make a motion
Let's hear it.
that we accept the contract.
We have a motion by Mr. Pinciero.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch. Any further discussion?
Now, that'll include the 3,500 or will they?
No,
not
no,
it
it'll
at
just
all?
do the Melanson contract, 3-year contract, and then we'll do some research on this GASB 75
Okay.
to see how we can
Yeah.
address it.
All right.
Mr. Leary?
I
I went to bed.
Mr. LaSalle's?
I heard that popping of a can.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0.
I've heard, I swear I heard a Coca-Cola can open up.
Yeah. Red and white.
So next
A report.
agenda item is special meeting Monday, September 21st at 6 PM.
Do it.
Yeah, I just think it's that time of the year where we're going to need to have a meeting next Monday night and just to kind of go over the warrant articles again, where we're at with them, go through the whole budget.
A couple items.
Next week, we turn the budget over to the budget committee on Thursday. They request that they get all the budget information 1 week before they start
So
doing.
we owe it to them on the
So everybody better
24th.
come in with some recommendations, because we had a lot of money to save somewhere.
Sharpen
Yeah,
those
I-
pencils over the next few
I don't
days.
know if you're going to be in that kind of a position Monday night, but I want
With a
to
little
make sure
help with
we're,
that financial
at least we
background.
understand where we're at, and
All
the
rolled
budget
up.
committee will start doing their review. They won't be taking action. They'll start doing their review in
So is the
October.
only budget we have left the recreation?
They don't show
The
up.
thing
we'll
is
do it.
when we start looking at the budget again, we've got to take that consideration.
You do.
of that
You do.
Tax cap.
And
Mhm.
so, if we limit Monday night to just budget workshop, I think you go through that budget again, each department, just kind of go through it and hit the highlights.
I really think this time of year, guys, we gotta spend some more time here.
And last year, we did send a budget to the budget committee. They reviewed it, came back, and we did more work
Oh,
on it
yeah.
to get it below the budget cap. So we looked at it again after they looked at it.
Yeah.
Because we still have a lot of unknowns.
It just
right
makes
now.
me feel better that they're just reviewing and not voting.
They'll be reviewing in October, and
October 1st is when you present the
Yeah.
first night, right?
they know,
Okay.
they
We're safe.
They've been through this before.
Question, I've been asked to attend a school district meeting tomorrow night for this special state money that they're getting.
is that
to
tomorrow night or Wednesday?
They have a special election on Wednesday evening.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday, I'm sorry.
Wednesday evening
Wednesday,
at
yeah.
6:30
Now,
at Campbell.
is there an equivalent meeting for the town?
No.
No.
Why is the school being asked to do it and the town not?
I don't know.
I think it
I
had
haven't
to
been
do
following,
with
but like the block, I don't know if the money that they're accepting, is it the
Different.
same money that, remember the block grant for our highway?
I think it's just,
And I put that in our operating budget because I knew the number, and so there
because
was,
it's the
it
extra
came in
money
two checks. Yeah, it came in two checks. The state said, the first check that came, they gave us authority to hold a public hearing and spend it. And they told us the second check, you need to put it in your budget, and we did. So I'm not really sure what
I
this
think
money
theirs had to
is.
come down to a
Because their
budgeting, and now they have to
budget's
have a
already
public
done.
meeting in order to accept the money.
Yeah,
And that's why they're doing
yeah,
it.
I'm just,
but anyhow, we're fine.
okay.
We're good.
I'm just wondering why they had to do it.
But they legally,
We did it early. They
And
just.
we got instruction that we had to put it in as a line item and then take it out again.
Yeah.
So there's a way we were told we had to do it. I think it didn't get into their budget, if I heard correctly, the conversations I was part of. And now they're going to accept it so they can actually have it within it. Because we had a public hearing for ours to accept it.
the first check we
First
did.
check we did.
And
yes.
then the second one, we put it in our operating budget.
And our revenues, yeah.
And that's why and I don't like that, because
We
now
can-
when you go through our budget, you'll see the highway block grant, there's a big reduction. It's because you had that one time.
Yeah, the one-time blessing.
We used to not put that in the budget, block grant money.
Oh, really? Yeah,
It was just in the last 8 or 9
I
years.
think they changed the law. I think they made you do it now. That's
Oh,
probably
good.
why.
Yeah, it was out in a special fund
I-
before me, yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be, yeah, it was
Maybe there was a special.
totally separate.
Yeah, but now you have to take it as an expense and a revenue. Where before you were, I think
The
they were
revenue.
just putting it into a
Well, it
special
was-
fund.
It wasn't in the
and-
budget. They were using it as almost like a
a
unanticipated revenue, so it was being used to lower, they were using it to lower the taxes
Yes, we did. it
Well, you
in and
can.
out.
Oh, I know you can.
You can use it. to lower
They did it.
taxes. I mean,
until we started putting it in the budget.
Next item we have is the administrator report. Mr. Brown.
Okay, it's late.
Yeah.
It is.
I'll make it quick.
Real quick.
Sorry. Tree quotes. We've contacted 5 tree companies. And I think we got a really good price out of one company, Accurate Tree. For $2,500, they will remove 5 trees down there at the old town hall fire station, and they will remove the tree that's in Parker Park, the
Wow.
tree
Beautiful.
that's over that brook.
Yep.
$2,500.
Oh, boy, you can't beat that with.
So I want to do it.
That's a pleasant surprise. Eh?
Yeah, it is. That made my day.
What were the other quotes?
The next one was $4,400. Another one was $4,400. Another one was $4,999. And the last one, Tip Top. But not, in all fairness, we at the time we never thought about the Parker Park tree. But they bid 26 on the 5 trees. But we're getting, for $2,500, we're getting the 5 trees and the Parker Park.
Great deal.
Accurate.
Accurate
Do it
tree.
tomorrow.
Been around a long.
Yeah, they do good work. They've been around for a long time.
They just did a job. I know Hudson, that guy was very happy with.
Parking lot ceiling quotes. We've reached out to companies, and this is the busy time of the year for them. We got one quote a complete quote from JLP for $13,335. They would do the town office, the entire parking lot down there at the old fire station, and the library, and they would stripe all the parking lines.
Who's that?
JLP.
JLP?
JLP.
I've heard of them.
Where are they out of?
They're around.
Never heard of them.
I don't know where they're out of, but I know that you see their signs around everywhere. So
Check the resources.
It's a good price. And I know whatever we can do down there at the old fire station town hall
Would be good for long.
to crack seal and just try to get see if we can get another 5-6 years out of that parking lot.
Barrington? Barrington, New Hampshire?
Barrington? Is that where they're out of?
Yep.
You computer guys.
This is on the tip of your fingers.
So, is the board comfortable with us going forward with that?
I am.
Get
a motion for that?
Yeah. It's
Make a motion that we do the crack seal.
Okay.
With whatever the name
with
of that.
JLP for $13,335.
We have a motion by Mr. Pinciero.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch. Any discussion?
Bob?
All those in favor? Mr. Larry?
How much did you say that was?
$13,335.
I thought you said 30 something.
Mr. Larry was an aye. Mr. LaSalle?
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500.
Received 2 notifications.
Aye.
Aye.
I heard you, aye.
Get back to sleep.
I said I never would have said aye if it was 32,000.
I don't think any of us
We
would.
know that, Bob.
Okay. So I know that the board had met with Pennachuck officials and they talked about the flushing of hydrants. We received email that they're going to delay the flushing due to the drought. So it looks like now it'll be probably sometime in late October.
I hope the snow melts to give us some water.
And then also the water, we had a little discussion this evening, but just so you know, water line construction for that section of 3A from Hillcrest all the way down to the library is scheduled to start the 1st of October. You're going to start seeing equipment mobilized on September the 21st.
Staging where?
Amazing.
I don't know where
You're
the
gonna have
staging's-
all that water, but you won't have water from Pinecrest to
my house.
To your house.
No,
that's
you have it on,
You have it at Page Road.
You have it coming
Oh,
down.
that's right, you got Page Road.
Talent.
But there's a little section in there that there's no water. Where your house is.
From Snowdrop to Pinecrest.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. That little section,
That little
there's
section,
no
yeah.
water there.
I have none.
That's
You should
okay.
have.
They're happy.
They didn't go down that far.
There's nothing
I don't
to do with
mind
that.
not having
happy
a water
about
bill.
You want to pay everybody's water bill?
Jesus, you can pay mine, it's $200 a month.
You kidding me?
Check with Howie.
$200 a month.
So I did share, I don't know where this water line was going, I guess, but Jason Brennan is working on making improvements at the intersection of Hillcrest and 3A. I'm not sure if this project's going to have an impact on that, but I did include Jason on an email today with some Pennachuck folks just to make sure we start coordinating this. And want Jason to go and
They're
start.
coming from that right-hand corner of Pinecrest.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
Hillcrest.
Hillcrest, going south
And
on this side.
Yeah. So they're going to
So
go.
it's going to affect it, yeah.
It's going right there, right?
Yeah, there's a valve, right, they
Yeah.
put in last couple of years ago.
That's right. They
Waiting for that, yeah.
drilled underneath.
Right.
It's set to go. We're waiting for them to schedule it. And
So-
Jason's project is going to be somewhat delayed in that.
It got
first
delayed
second.
last year because of the utility work.
Yep,
but,
we're used to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyhow, that's my report.
Thank you.
Okay, next Selectmen's report. Mr. Larry.
Budget committee starts up next week. We haven't met in a while. That's all I got.
Drink a lot of coffee before you go.
Drink a lot of
After these
something.
meetings, that might be a breeze.
Yeah, that is true. Mr. LaSalle's.
The only thing that I have is that we had a press conference here last Friday. Representative Bone, myself, a representative who covers the floterial fellow by the name of McLean, and a lady from Merrimack put in a bill that will impact, it's not specifically aimed at St. Gobain, but it's the impact of it will be that St. Gobain will be required by law to not only do everything that they've done so far, but also to cover water bills for anybody that was affected. And that's been put into to legislative services. And, depending on what happens, I expect that we'll get support, bipartisan support for it, and I expect the governor will sign it. It just depends on what happens legally. But the idea is to take some of to pay these water bills by statute rather than having people in towns and whatever forcing them through the court.
Okay.
Does that include mine?
No.
It's impact. It's people that were impacted by the
I know. Okay.
PFOA situation.
If I could get anybody in Jack's situation, look at the long term that Jack has been here. I'm not a fan of municipal water, but everything, use your wells. Everybody likes to have the high hydrants for fire protection. We can put a little dry hydrant tanks and stuff like that for the amount of hydrants they actually use.
Yeah.
Put a well in, Jack. Save yourself some money.
Yeah. What's a well? $5,000? $5 to $6,000?
For pay it by the time you've been there.
The other thing,
I've already paid that 100 times over.
since we had the last meeting, I was really very concerned about the opening of Griffin because we've been off so long and because of the different traffic patterns and so many people taking their kids to school. I just had nightmares of people jammed up on the 3A and so forth. So I contacted the police chief and then Continental and got the signs put up. And I think that's really helped. I talked to Rick earlier and he's going to leave them there for the next week. But he basically said, you can have them as long as you want to. But I think it's really helped. And they are getting a better handle on the management of the buses and the people and so forth. It's like a rodeo. You just watch people at the beginning of the day and the end of the day.
The drop off and pickup is going much smoother now.
Yes.
The trial day on Thursday was very difficult. And since then, it's a great flow they have going now.
Yeah. I did see, and I didn't witness it, but somebody locked up their tires right in front of my house, and it was a dual wheel. So I don't know. But I about had a conniption fit on Thursday, because right in the middle of everything, there was a contractor pickup that went through. Oh man, he was flying. But anyway, that's about. But again, you know, the big orange trucks come through for us.
No comment. I will say this pandemic has created a higher rate of speed on Route 3A. I will say that.
Stupidity
especially where I
is the
am.
word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Mr. Lynch, you have a report?
Nope, I got the meeting tomorrow night and I'll hear you then.
I was out of town when they had the conservation, so
Um,
up on it.
I wasn't at the last rec meeting because I was at the New Hampshire State Primary working the polls. From a
With
CIP,
me.
yeah, with you, and with Kevin.
Exciting.
And from a CIP standpoint, the CIP is presenting the plan tomorrow evening to the planning board. Then on the 23rd, they will be having a public hearing and tentatively will be presenting to us on the 28th.
And they've already sent out, the planning board has sent out their polling choices, I guess. I don't know how.
Oh, the facilities master plan survey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to let you know, that's wonderful. Extreme, not extreme, too extreme, and
That's what I do, is have a permanent polling place.
Yeah.
Take
I
the
think
old
it go-
firehouse and turn it into a polling pile.
I think it goes without saying, but I think Frank and his team and Terry,
Did a great job.
they did a wonderful job. The two suggestions that I have is one, or actually there's three, but one is to do something better for the handicapped people.
us
Having to go all the way around, and it was,
That's being addressed.
okay,
Yeah, because I walk people through this instead of, okay, because it's just ridiculous to go all around when they got to push somebody around. So I walked them out to the front door, okay, and that's what I did up there.
The second thing is that Steve took care of the issue, but for people like me who use the bathroom rather regularly, the outside bathrooms, shut up, Robert, the outside bathrooms, about halfway through, he got them opened.
Yeah.
So that made a big thing. And the other thing is, and I'll touch base with the school department on this, but right when you come out of the parking lot and go onto the sidewalk, right there, there's a big bump there.
Yeah.
And people, it's amazing how many people that push one of these chariots around like I do. There's a large percentage. I was very surprised
Yeah, there
of
is.
the number of people that, and they seem to want to come in person, and but that's a real problem. And the other thing is that we need to have we didn't see it in this primary, but in the general election, it gets very dark right there where people come in because there's no light there. And we really do need a light there.
There's a light over the door, but it only shines about halfway down us.
Yes, but if you come out of a basketball game, if you think about coming out of the basketball game, it's pitch black out there.
They should have one right on that corner.
Exactly.
Both
They have one on the other corner.
Yeah.
They have one down
Way
further.
down where the,
Yes, which does them good.
where the work detail works.
Yeah.
That garage.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
We're not there yet, buddy.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Hurry up.
come on.
Since we have no items removed from consent, we have no other business. Our next meeting will be on Monday, September 21st. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
A motion by
Second.
Mr. Lynch, second by Mr. Pinciero. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Larry? Aye. Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Mr. Pinciero?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. Thank you for tuning in. Everyone be well, and we'll see you next Monday evening.
Maybe
This is beyond.
after this one.